The summer of 1989 pressed down on little Whinging like a suffocating blanket, the kind of oppressive heat that made even breathing feel like work. If you're watching this from somewhere, experiencing your own sweltering summer, you'll understand exactly what 9-year-old Harry Potter was enduring as he knelt on the dusty wooden floor of the Dursley attic, his knees already aching from an hour of scrubbing baseboards with a toothbrush. Comment below, and let me know where you're listening from, because this story of escape and discovery might hit differently depending on whether you're somewhere cool and comfortable or dealing with your own challenges. The punishment had been swift and merciless, as they always were in the Dursley household. That morning, Harry had been attempting to make breakfast for his enormous cousin Dudley, standing on a rickety step-stool to reach the stovetop, when something extraordinary happened. As he concentrated on flipping Dudley's eggs without breaking the yolks, thinking desperately about how Vernon would rage if the breakfast was ruined, the entire plate had simply lifted into the air. Not dramatically, not with fanfare, but with the gentle precision of an invisible hand guiding it to safety. For one magical moment, Harry had felt something like wonder. The eggs had floated there, perfectly golden, suspended in a shaft of morning sunlight that made them glow like tiny suns. He had reached up with trembling fingers, hardly daring to breathe, and gently guided the plate back down to the counter. No broken yolks, no mess. No reason for Uncle Vernon to bellow about freakish nephews who couldn't even manage simple tasks without causing chaos. But Dudley had seen it all from the kitchen doorway, his piggy eyes wide with the particular malicious glee that meant Harry's day was about to become exponentially worse. The screaming had started immediately, of course. Dudley's shrieking brought Aunt Petunia running, her face already twisting into that familiar expression of disgust and fury she reserved specifically for Harry's supposed freakishness. And when Uncle Vernon had thundered down the stairs, his face purpling with rage before he even understood what had happened, Harry had known he was in for something special. The belt had come out, naturally, Uncle Vernon's favourite tool for dealing with what he called Harry's unnatural tendencies. But this time, after the beating that left Harry's back a map of welts and bruises, Uncle Vernon had dragged him to the attic with orders that defied human endurance. Every surface was to be cleaned until it gleamed. Every box was to be organised and catalogued. Every inch of accumulated grime from decades of neglect was to be scrubbed away with nothing but a bucket of cold, soapy water, and cleaning supplies that had seen better days sometime during the Thatcher administration. It was punishment designed to be impossible, the kind of task that would keep Harry occupied and suffering for days, while the Dursleys enjoyed their summer holiday plans without the inconvenience of dealing with their unwanted nephew. Harry understood this, just as he understood that complaining would only make things worse. At 9 years old, he had already learned that survival meant accepting the unacceptable and finding small ways to endure. The attic itself was a monument to the Dursleys' peculiar combination of materialism and neglect. Decades of cast-off belongings filled the space in towering, precarious stacks. Dudley's outgrown clothes, abandoned exercise equipment that had briefly represented Vernon's doomed attempts at fitness, boxes of Christmas decorations that hadn't seen daylight since the early 80s, and countless other artifacts of a family that accumulated possessions but never seemed to value them. Harry had been working his way methodically through the chaos, cleaning as he went, when he discovered something that shouldn't have been there at all. Wedged behind a particularly massive stack of Vernon's business files from his drill company, hidden in a corner where the slanted roof met the floor, was a section of flooring that didn't quite match the rest. The difference was subtle, the kind of thing only someone spending hours examining every inch of the space would notice. Where the other floorboards were worn smooth and darkened with age, these few planks looked newer, cleaner, as if they had been replaced sometime in the past decade. More intriguingly, one of them sat just slightly higher than its neighbours, creating the faintest ridge that caught Harry's attention as he scrubbed. Curiosity had always been one of Harry's defining characteristics, much to the Dursleys' eternal frustration. They preferred their nephew to be incurious, compliant, grateful for whatever scraps of attention and care they deigned to provide. But 9 years of systematic crushing had failed to eliminate the bright spark of intelligence that drove Harry to question, to explore, to seek understanding even when understanding brought only more suffering. He pressed his hand against the raised plank, feeling it give slightly under pressure. A loose board, then, which wasn't surprising in an attic that hadn't seen proper maintenance in years. But when he applied more pressure, trying to push it flush with its neighbors, the board shifted sideways instead of down, revealing a carefully concealed gap underneath. Harry's heart began to beat faster. In a house where privacy was non-existent and secrets were forbidden, at least for him, the possibility of a genuine hidden space felt like discovering treasure. He glanced toward the attic stairs, listening for any sign that the Dursleys were paying attention to his activities, but the sounds drifting up from below were reassuringly normal. Vernon's television program blaring at maximum volume, Petunia clattering about in the kitchen, Dudley's video games providing their electronic soundtrack to another day of mindless entertainment. Working carefully, Harry managed to lift the loose plank entirely, setting it aside to reveal a rectangular cavity that had been deliberately carved into the space between floor joists. The hiding place was perhaps 18 inches long and a foot wide, lined with what looked like oiled cloth to protect whatever lay within from moisture and decay. Inside, wrapped in additional layers of protective fabric, was a single envelope. Harry lifted it with trembling hands, immediately struck by its obvious age and the care with which it had been preserved. The paper was heavy, expensive, the kind of cream-colored stationery that Aunt Petunia sometimes received from her more affluent friends, and always handled with exaggerated reverence. But this envelope was different from anything Harry had ever seen in the Dursley house. For one thing, it practically hummed with an energy that made his fingers tingle, as if the paper itself was somehow alive. More importantly, it was addressed to him. Not to the Dursleys, not to Privet Drive in general, but specifically to Harry James Potter, written in an elegant feminine handwriting that seemed to dance across the paper. Below his name, in the same careful script, were words that made Harry's breath catch in his throat. For my beloved son, when he needs the truth most. Harry had never received a letter addressed specifically to him. The Dursleys intercepted all mail that came to the house, and in 9 years of life, nothing had ever arrived that they deemed appropriate for Harry to see. Bills, advertisements, correspondence from Vernon's business associates, letters from Petunia's friends, the occasional postcard from Marge, all passed through the house without Harry ever glimpsing so much as an envelope corner. But this letter was different. This letter had been hidden, waiting, preserved in a secret space that only the most thorough cleaning would reveal. This letter was meant for him, specifically for him, and the very fact of its existence suggested possibilities that Harry had never dared to imagine. His hands shook as he turned the envelope over, looking for any other clues about its origin. The wax seal on the back was intact, but cracked with age, pressed with an image that Harry couldn't quite make out in the dim attic light. A flower, perhaps, or maybe a star. The wax itself was deep red, the color of garnets or fresh blood, and it seemed to catch what little light filtered through the grimy attic window with unusual intensity. Harry held the envelope up to his ear, as if it might whisper its secrets to him, but heard nothing except the thundering of his own pulse. He pressed it to his chest, feeling that strange, tingling energy spread through his ribcage, and tried to understand what he was holding. A letter from someone who loved him. Someone who had called him beloved. Someone who had gone to extraordinary lengths to ensure that this message would reach him when he needed it most. The question was whether he needed it now. Harry's life was certainly miserable, but it had been miserable for as long as he could remember. Was this current punishment, brutal as it was, truly the moment when he needed truth most? Or should he wait for some future crisis, some darker hour when hope seemed completely lost? But even as he debated with himself, Harry knew the decision was already made. 9 years old or not, he possessed the kind of courage that refuses to let opportunities slip away. Whatever this letter contained, whatever truths it promised, he needed to know. The very fact that someone had thought to leave him a message, had anticipated his need for truth, suggested that his life might be more complicated than even he had imagined. Working carefully, Harry broke the ancient wax seal and unfolded the letter inside. The paper was filled with the same elegant handwriting, line after line of careful script that seemed to glow faintly in the dusty attic light. At the top of the page, a date, October 30th, 1981. The day before Harry's parents had died, according to what little the Dursleys had told him about that night. The day before, his life had changed forever in ways he was only beginning to understand. "My dearest Harry," the letter began, and immediately Harry felt tears spring to his eyes. No one had ever called him dearest anything. The simple endearment hit him with the force of physical blow, recognition of a love he had never experienced, but somehow remembered in the deepest parts of his heart. If you are reading this, then my worst fears have been realized, and James and I are no longer able to protect you ourselves. More than that, if you have found this letter in the place where I have hidden it, then the protections I hoped would keep you safe have failed in ways that fill me with grief even as I write these words. Harry blinked back tears, trying to focus on the elegant script as it continued. I am writing this on what may be the last night of our lives, my precious boy, because events have moved beyond our control, and I can no longer trust that the adults responsible for your welfare will act in your best interests rather than their own. What I am about to tell you may be difficult to understand, especially if you are still young when you read this, but you deserve to know the truth about your situation and the choices that have been made on your behalf. The letter went on to explain things that Harry had never imagined, revelations that struck him like physical blows as he struggled to process their implications. His mother wrote about the wizarding world, about the existence of magic beyond the strange incidents that had always surrounded him. She explained about Hogwarts, about the community of magical people who lived hidden alongside the non-magical population. She told him about his inheritance, about a money and property that belonged to him, about a birthright that the Dursleys had systematically concealed. But more than that, she wrote about Albus Dumbledore. The name meant nothing to Harry, but his mother's words made it clear that this man had played a crucial role in determining Harry's fate. According to the letter, Dumbledore had visited the Potter house multiple times in the weeks before the attack that killed Harry's parents, ostensibly to discuss security arrangements, but actually to lay groundwork for decisions that would affect Harry's entire childhood. I have tried to give him the benefit of the doubt, Lily had written, but I can no longer ignore the pattern of his recommendations. He insists that you must be placed with Petunia and Vernon, despite knowing about Petunia's hatred of our world and Vernon's violent temper. When James and I suggested other possibilities, families within our community who would love and cherish you as their own, he dismisses them all with vague references to blood protection and greater good. Harry had to stop reading for a moment, his hands shaking so badly that the letter fluttered like a trapped bird. Blood protection, greater good. These phrases meant nothing to him, but something in his mother's tone suggested they were excuses rather than explanations, justifications for decisions that served someone else's purposes rather than Harry's welfare. He continued reading, each paragraph revealing new layers of betrayal and manipulation. His mother described how Dumbledore had insisted on specific monitoring arrangements, ensuring that Harry's magical development would be tracked and recorded without his knowledge or consent. She wrote about Mrs. Figg, the strange cat lady who lived down the street, revealing her as an agent placed specifically to observe Harry's childhood and report back to Dumbledore about his progress. Most damaging of all, Lily had discovered that Dumbledore knew exactly what kind of treatment Harry would receive at the Dursleys. Far from being ignorant about Vernon's brutality and Petunia's resentment, Dumbledore had factored these elements into his calculations. Harry's suffering wasn't an unfortunate side effect of necessary protection, it was a deliberate component of whatever larger plan Dumbledore was implementing. The boy who lived, his mother had written, her normally elegant script becoming jagged with emotion, must never be allowed to become too comfortable, too confident, too independent. He must remain grateful for rescue, humble in the face of authority, willing to sacrifice himself when the time comes. Dumbledore has never said this directly, but his choices make his intentions clear. Harry lowered the letter, his entire world tilting on its axis as he tried to process what he had just learned. His suffering hadn't been random. His isolation hadn't been necessary. The casual cruelty that had defined every day of his life had been deliberately orchestrated by someone who claimed to be working for a greater good. He looked around the attic with new eyes, seeing it not just as a place of punishment, but as a symbol of everything that had been stolen from him. While he had been scrubbing floors and dodging belts, and learning to make himself invisible to avoid Vernon's rages, somewhere in the world there had been people who would have loved him. There had been options, alternatives, possibilities that had been deliberately eliminated to serve someone else's agenda. The letter continued with practical information that Harry read with growing amazement. His mother had managed to secure a small emergency fund, hidden away where even Dumbledore couldn't access it, along with legal documents that established Harry's rights as the Potter heir. More importantly, she had provided him with names and addresses of people who might help him if he ever needed to escape his situation, allies within the magical community who owed debts to the Potter family and might be convinced to act on Harry's behalf. Read this carefully and hide it well, my darling boy. If the time comes when you can no longer bear what has been done to you, remember that you have choices. You are not powerless, no matter how powerless they make you feel. You are not alone, no matter how alone you seem. And you are loved, always and forever, by parents who would have moved heaven and earth to give you the childhood you deserve. The letter was signed with a simple L, followed by a postscript that made Harry's breath catch. Trust your instincts about magic, sweetheart. When you feel that warmth in your chest, when things happen that shouldn't be possible, don't be afraid. That's your birthright calling to you, and no amount of suppression can take it away permanently. Practice when you can, even if it's only small things when no one is watching. You're going to need every advantage you can get. Harry sat in the dusty attic for a long time after finishing the letter, his mind spinning as he tried to process everything he had learned. The woman who had written these words had loved him enough to anticipate his needs, to prepare for contingencies that must have broken her heart to imagine. She had fought for him even while facing her own death, leaving him tools and knowledge that might save his life to someday. More than that, she had given him permission to trust himself. For 9 years, Harry had been told that his instincts were wrong, that his perceptions were flawed, that his very existence was a burden best borne in grateful silence. But his mother, his real mother who had loved him enough to die for him, was telling him that his feelings were valid, that his suffering was real and unnecessary, that he had the right to want better and the power to seek it. He read the letter again, then a third time, memorizing every word until he could recite passages by heart. The practical information about allies and emergency funds would require careful thought and planning, but the emotional impact was immediate and overwhelming. He wasn't crazy, he wasn't worthless, he wasn't alone. As the afternoon shadows lengthened across the attic floor, Harry carefully refolded the letter and wrapped it in its protective cloth. He would need to find a new hiding place, somewhere the Dursleys would never think to look, but for now the original cavity would have to suffice. He replaced the loose floorboard, arranged the cleaning supplies to camouflage any signs of his discovery, and resumed his assigned scrubbing with hands that no longer trembled. But something fundamental had changed in those few hours of reading. Harry Potter, the unwanted nephew who had spent 9 years learning to apologize for existing, was gone. In his place sat a young man who knew exactly how much had been stolen from him, and was beginning to understand that theft was not a permanent condition. The Dursleys continued their evening routines below, unaware that their carefully constructed world of control and manipulation had just suffered a devastating blow. Vernon shouted at his television. Petunia rattled her dishes with unnecessary force, and Dudley whined about everything with the entitled persistence that had always characterized his approach to life. None of them realized that upstairs, in the suffocating heat of their forgotten attic, Harry Potter had just learned the truth about power. Not the crude, bullying power that Vernon wielded with his fists and his voice, but the deeper power that came from knowledge, from understanding, from the recognition that every choice was just that, a choice, and that new choices could always be made. The cleaning continued through the evening hours, but now it felt different. Instead of mindless drudgery imposed by cruel masters, it became preparation for something larger. Every surface Harry scrubbed clean was a statement of his intentions. Every box he organized properly was proof that he could be trusted with greater responsibilities. Every task completed without complaint was evidence that he possessed the discipline necessary for whatever came next. As night fell over Privet Drive and the Dursleys finally retreated to their bedrooms, Harry remained in the attic, working by the pale light filtering through grimy windows. He was no longer just cleaning, he was planning. He was remembering. He was preparing for the day when 9 years of imposed silence would finally come to an end, and the world would learn what happened when you tried to bury a Potter under a mountain of lies and cruelty. The letter had given him more than information and hope. It had given him permission to become who he was meant to be, and Harry intended to make the most of that gift. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new opportunities, new choices that would determine the shape of his future. But tonight, in the secret hours when the rest of the world slept, he would continue his preparations and dream about the day when he would finally be free to use everything his mother had given him. The summer heat pressed down as mercilessly as ever. But Harry Potter was no longer the same boy who had started the day with floating eggs and a terrified heart. He was someone new, someone dangerous, someone with nothing left to lose and everything to gain. And he was just getting started. The morning of Harry's final decision dawned with crystalline clarity that seemed to herald momentous change, as if the universe itself was holding its breath while waiting to see how the confrontation between individual will and institutional authority would ultimately resolve. Harry stood at the tall windows of Grimmauld Place, watching London awaken to another day that most inhabitants would consider ordinary, but that would prove pivotal for the future of magical education throughout Britain and beyond. The formal announcement of his decision to attend Beauxbatons Academy of Magic instead of Hogwarts would be delivered within hours, triggering responses that had been months in preparation on all sides of the growing conflict. But more than personal choice, Harry's selection of the French institution represented a fundamental challenge to assumptions about British magical superiority and institutional authority that had shaped wizarding society for centuries. Sirius entered the breakfast room carrying correspondence that reflected the international dimensions of what had begun as Harry's personal escape from abuse and evolved into a comprehensive challenge to educational orthodoxy throughout the magical world. Letters from Beauxbatons administrators expressed enthusiasm about Harry's enrollment and outlined educational opportunities that exceeded anything available through domestic institutions. Messages from international magical law experts confirmed that Harry's choice was legally protected, despite attempts by British authorities to restrict his options. Most significantly, communication from other magical families throughout Europe revealed that Harry's situation had inspired similar challenges to educational conformity in multiple countries, suggesting that the movement for individual rights and academic excellence was spreading far beyond its British origins. "The world is watching, Harry," Sirius said, with a mixture of pride and concern that reflected his understanding of both the opportunities and the dangers represented by such international attention. Your decision has become a symbol for families throughout the magical world who are questioning whether their children's needs are being served by institutional arrangements that prioritize tradition over individual development. Harry felt the weight of that responsibility, but also excitement about possibilities that extended far beyond his own educational advancement. His mother's letter had warned about patterns of manipulation that affected individual families, but the evidence that had emerged over the past months suggested systematic problems that crossed national boundaries and required coordinated responses from multiple magical communities. "I understand that this decision represents more than my personal preference," Harry replied, settling into his chair with the composed confidence that had replaced the anxious uncertainty of his earlier years. "But I also believe that individual choices made for the right reasons can inspire broader changes that benefit everyone who shares similar values about excellence and autonomy." The conversation was interrupted by the arrival of visitors, whose significance reflected the escalating political dimensions of Harry's educational decision. Narcissa Malfoy entered with a delegation that included representatives from several international magical institutions, legal experts who specialized in cross-border educational arrangements, and political figures whose support could provide protection against attempts to punish Harry's family and allies for challenging domestic institutional authority. "Mr. Potter," Narcissa said, with the formal precision that characterized all her important communications, "we are here to ensure that your transition to Beauxbatons proceeds without interference from parties who might prefer to prevent your success rather than acknowledge the inadequacy of their own offerings. The international magical community has taken considerable interest in your situation and is prepared to provide whatever support is necessary to protect your rights and opportunities." The delegation's presence represented more than symbolic support. It was concrete evidence that Harry's alliance had evolved into a movement with resources and connections that could compete with anything domestic authorities might deploy against them. The transformation was remarkable, demonstrating how individual courage could inspire collective action that created new possibilities for challenging established power structures. But more than political protection, the international attention represented validation of educational approaches that prioritized individual potential over institutional convenience. Beauxbatons had agreed to provide Harry with customized instruction that would challenge his capabilities while developing his rare talents in ways that conventional British education never could have accommodated. The academic program outlined by the French representatives was extraordinary in both scope and sophistication. Instead of being confined to age-appropriate curriculum standards, Harry would work with specialists who understood that exceptional students required exceptional approaches to reach their full potential. Advanced magical theory, independent research opportunities, and collaboration with international practitioners would provide him with educational experiences that were simply unavailable through domestic institutions. Most intriguingly, Beauxbatons maintained connections with magical communities throughout Europe and beyond, offering Harry exposure to different approaches to magical practice and social organization that would broaden his perspective far beyond the insular traditions of British wizarding society. The educational philosophy emphasized innovation and excellence rather than conformity and tradition, creating environments where students were encouraged to push boundaries rather than accepting limitations. Professor Delacroix, the Beauxbatons representative who would oversee Harry's initial placement, possessed the kind of scholarly enthusiasm that suggested genuine excitement about working with someone whose capabilities exceeded conventional expectations. Her questions about Harry's interests and objectives revealed appreciation for his sophisticated understanding of magical theory and his commitment to using advanced education for purposes that served broader social progress rather than mere personal advancement. "Mr. Potter," Professor Delacroix said with obvious sincerity, "your assessment results and educational background suggest that you possess exactly the kind of exceptional potential that our advanced programs are designed to develop. More importantly, Your commitment to educational reform and individual rights aligns perfectly with our institutional values about nurturing excellence while respecting personal autonomy and cultural diversity. The conversation that followed was unlike any educational planning session Harry had experienced during his years within the British magical system. Instead of being told what he would study and how he would be evaluated, he found himself participating as an equal partner in designing educational experiences that would challenge his capabilities while serving his long-term objectives about contributing to magical knowledge and social progress. The flexibility and sophistication of the proposed program was remarkable, combining rigorous academic instruction with practical applications that would prepare Harry for whatever challenges might emerge from his continued advocacy for educational reform. Advanced defensive magic, international magical law, comparative magical cultures, and independent research opportunities would provide him with tools for leadership that were unavailable through conventional educational pathways. But beyond academic considerations, the international dimension of his education would provide protection against attempts to isolate or manipulate him through domestic political pressure. His alliance with international magical institutions would make it much more difficult for British authorities to force his compliance with arrangements that served their convenience rather than his genuine interests or the broader cause of educational excellence. The morning brought news that confirmed the wisdom of establishing international protections. Sirius returned from meetings with Alliance leadership, carrying information about comprehensive countermeasures that were being prepared by opponents who had decided that Harry's success threatened their fundamental interests, rather than merely challenging specific policies or practices. The Ministry is planning to invoke emergency education statutes that would require all British magical children to complete domestic preliminary instruction before accessing international educational opportunities, Sirius reported with grim satisfaction that reflected his appreciation for tactics that revealed opponent desperation. Additionally, Dumbledore has apparently requested formal hearings to review your emancipation status and guardianship arrangements, claiming that your decisions are being influenced by adults who do not have your best interests at heart. The measures represented escalation beyond political maneuvering to direct attempts at forcing compliance through legal mechanisms that circumvented normal protections for individual rights and family autonomy. But such heavy-handed responses also provided opportunities to expose the authoritarian tendencies that underlay institutional resistance to educational alternatives and individual choice. More troubling was intelligence suggesting that attempts were being made to pressure other Alliance families through regulatory harassment and social ostracism designed to discourage continued support for educational reform. The strategy of collective punishment for individual resistance was characteristic of systems that could not tolerate even limited challenges to their authority, but intimidation required fear to be effective, and Harry's alliance had evolved beyond vulnerability to such tactics. International connections provided alternatives to domestic institutions, financial resources enabled independence from economic pressure, and legal expertise could challenge regulatory manipulation through forums that valued evidence over political convenience. "They're making exactly the mistakes we anticipated," Harry observed with strategic satisfaction that reflected his education in political analysis. Every attempt to force compliance through intimidation and regulatory manipulation demonstrates that their authority depends on suppression of alternatives rather than demonstration of superior results. The more aggressively they respond to our success, the more clearly they expose the weakness of their fundamental position. The afternoon brought the formal ceremony that would mark Harry's transition from British to international magical education, a symbolic moment that represented both personal achievement and broader victory for the principle that exceptional students deserved educational opportunities that matched their demonstrated capabilities rather than conforming to arbitrary limitations. The ceremony took place in the elegant drawing room of Grimmauld Place, with representatives from Beauxbatons, Alliance families, international magical institutions, and legal authorities who could provide official recognition of Harry's new educational status. The setting was both intimate and historically significant, marking a transformation that honored family traditions while breaking free from constraints that had limited previous generations. Professor Delacroix presented Harry with the formal enrollment documentation that established his status as a Beauxbatons student, along with materials that outlined his academic program and opportunities for advanced study that would begin immediately rather than waiting for arbitrary start dates that served institutional convenience. The practical arrangements were sophisticated and comprehensive, ensuring that his transition would proceed smoothly despite attempts by domestic authorities to create obstacles or delays. But more than administrative formality, the ceremony represented recognition of Harry's evolution from victim to advocate, from isolated outsider to influential leader whose choices inspired others to question assumptions about authority and individual rights that had shaped magical society for generations. His journey from the Dursley cupboard to international magical education was evidence that systematic change was possible when individuals possessed courage to challenge institutional arrangements that served convenience rather than genuine human needs. The speeches that marked the occasion were both celebratory and forward-looking, acknowledging Harry's personal achievement while recognizing the broader implications of his success for other families who sought educational alternatives that prioritized individual development over institutional control. Alliance leaders spoke about expanding opportunities for exceptional students. International representatives discussed cooperation between magical communities that respected cultural diversity while pursuing educational excellence. And legal experts explained how Harry's case established precedents that could protect other children seeking alternatives to conventional arrangements. Most significantly, Harry himself addressed the gathering with remarks that demonstrated his understanding of the responsibilities that accompanied his new status and opportunities. His speech combined gratitude for support he had received with commitment to using his educational advantages for purposes that would benefit others facing similar challenges to those he had overcome. I accept this opportunity, not just for my own advancement, but as a representative of everyone who believes that exceptional children deserve educational experiences that develop their full potential, rather than limiting them to meet institutional convenience, Harry said with confidence that reflected both personal growth and political sophistication. My success at Beauxbatons will demonstrate that alternatives to conventional arrangements can produce superior results while respecting individual rights and cultural values that strengthen rather than constrain magical communities. The commitment was both personal and political, establishing expectations for his future contributions while acknowledging the support that had made his transformation possible. Harry understood that his educational achievements would be scrutinized by opponents, seeking evidence that alternative approaches were inadequate or dangerous, requiring him to excel not just academically, but also as an advocate for systematic reform that could benefit others. As evening approached, and the ceremony concluded with commitments for ongoing collaboration between Alliance members and international supporters, Harry reflected on the remarkable journey that had brought him to this point and the challenges that would shape whatever came next. The response to his enrollment announcement was immediate and predictable, with domestic magical media dividing between celebration of his individual achievement and criticism of his rejection of traditional British magical education. Editorial commentary ranged from praise for his courage in challenging institutional orthodoxy to condemnation of his supposed ingratitude toward institutions that claimed to have served his interests, despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. But more than media attention, Harry's decision triggered political responses that revealed the depth of opposition to educational alternatives among those whose power depended on maintaining existing arrangements. Emergency sessions were called in the Wizengamot to discuss regulatory responses to his international enrollment, while Dumbledore requested formal hearings to challenge both his emancipation status and his godfather's fitness as guardian. The escalating institutional response provided exactly the kind of evidence that Harry's alliance needed to demonstrate their arguments about systematic suppression of individual rights and educational excellence. Each attempt to punish his family for challenging conventional wisdom exposed authoritarian tendencies that contradicted official rhetoric about serving the interests of magical children and families. But confrontation also brought opportunities for the Alliance to demonstrate strength and legitimacy that could inspire broader support for educational reform throughout the magical community. Harry's success had proven that alternatives to conventional arrangements could produce exceptional results while respecting individual autonomy and cultural diversity. The evening brought news of the international response to attempted domestic interference with Harry's educational choice. Representatives from multiple magical governments had expressed concern about British attempts to restrict their citizens' access to international educational opportunities, while international magical law experts had confirmed that such restrictions would violate treaties and agreements that protected educational freedom and cultural exchange. Most significantly, several other exceptional British students had applied for international educational opportunities following Harry's example, suggesting that his success was inspiring broader challenges to domestic institutional monopoly over magical education. The movement for individual choice and educational excellence was expanding beyond single-family resistance to systematic questioning of arrangements that limited development for administrative convenience. "We're witnessing the beginning of something much larger than educational reform," Sirius observed, as they reviewed reports about spreading challenges to institutional authority throughout the magical world. Harry's courage in rejecting arrangements that didn't serve his interests has inspired others to question assumptions about authority and individual rights that have shaped magical society for centuries. The implications extend far beyond education into fundamental questions about how magical communities should be organized and governed. Harry felt both excitement and apprehension about the broader implications of his choices, but also confidence that his decisions had been guided by principles that could benefit everyone who shared his commitment to excellence and individual dignity. His transformation from powerless victim to influential advocate represented proof that systematic change was possible when individuals possessed courage to challenge arrangements that served institutional convenience rather than genuine human needs. The boy who lived had become the boy who chose to lead by example, demonstrating that exceptional achievements were possible when children received educational support that matched their capabilities rather than conforming to arbitrary limitations designed to serve administrative convenience. His enrollment at Beauxbatons represented more than personal advancement. It was evidence that international cooperation could provide opportunities for excellence that domestic institutions had failed to offer. The revolution that had begun with his mother's letter was entering a new phase that would test whether individual courage could inspire systematic transformation of magical education and social organization. Harry felt ready to meet whatever challenges would emerge, as his success continued to threaten those who had built their power on systematic suppression of human potential and individual choice. His future was uncertain, but it was a future he was helping to shape through decisions that honored both his mother's sacrifice and his own commitment to ensuring that exceptional children would have genuine alternatives to arrangements that limited their development for the convenience of others. The journey from victim to advocate was complete, but the larger work of systematic reform was just beginning, and Harry intended to use every advantage his education provided to ensure that transformation continued until magical society truly served the needs of its children rather than demanding their conformity to institutional preferences. The Château de Beauxbatons rose from the French countryside like something conjured from the most ambitious architectural dreams, its crystalline spires catching morning sunlight and fracturing it into cascades of rainbow light that danced across manicured gardens where magical creatures moved with unhurried grace. Harry stood at the entrance to what would be his home for the foreseeable future, feeling a complex mixture of excitement, anticipation, and profound relief at finally reaching a place where his capabilities would be celebrated rather than suppressed. The contrast with everything he had known about magical education was immediately apparent. Where British magical institutions emphasized tradition and conformity, Beauxbatons radiated innovation and individual excellence. Where Hogwarts sorted students into houses that reinforced social hierarchies and competitive antagonisms, the French Academy organized itself around collaborative learning communities that brought together students from different backgrounds and magical traditions to explore knowledge without artificial barriers. Most significantly, where Harry had always been treated as either a curiosity to be managed or a problem to be solved, Beauxbatons welcomed him as an exceptional student whose unique capabilities and experiences represented opportunities for mutual learning and advancement. The difference was transformative, like breathing freely after years of suffocation. Madame Maxime, the Academy's headmistress, possessed the kind of commanding presence that came from genuine authority rather than institutional position. Her impressive stature was matched by intellectual sophistication that had shaped Beauxbatons into an institution renowned throughout the international magical community for producing graduates who combined technical excellence with cultural sophistication and ethical leadership. "Welcome to Beauxbatons, Mr. Potter," she said, with warmth that reflected genuine pleasure at his enrollment rather than political calculation about advantages his presence might provide. "We are honored to have someone of your demonstrated capabilities and remarkable background join our learning community. I believe you will find that our approach to magical education offers opportunities for growth and contribution that match your exceptional potential." The tour that followed was revelatory, demonstrating educational philosophies and practical arrangements that exceeded Harry's most optimistic expectations about what institutional learning could provide when properly organized and adequately resourced. Classrooms were designed for collaborative exploration rather than passive absorption of predetermined curriculum. Libraries contained collections that spanned multiple magical traditions and cultures rather than focusing exclusively on European approaches to magical practice. Laboratories offered equipment and resources that enabled advanced research and experimentation rather than limiting students to basic exercises that tested compliance rather than understanding. But most impressive were the students themselves, who moved through the academy with confidence and enthusiasm that suggested they were pursuing education they valued rather than enduring requirements imposed by others. Conversations overheard in corridors revealed sophisticated discussions about magical theory, international politics, ethical philosophy, and innovative applications of established magical principles. These were young people who had been encouraged to think critically and creatively, rather than accepting conventional wisdom without question. The student guide assigned to help Harry navigate his initial adjustment was a fourth year named Fleur Delacour, whose combination of academic excellence and social sophistication immediately marked her as someone who understood both the opportunities and responsibilities that came with exceptional education. Her English was flawless, despite obvious French origins, suggesting the kind of international perspective that Beauxbatons cultivated in all its graduates. "You will find that expectations here are different from what you may have experienced elsewhere," Fleur explained as they moved through corridors lined with portraits that depicted magical innovations and cultural achievements from throughout European history. "We are expected to excel not just academically, but also as ambassadors for magical cooperation and cultural understanding. Individual achievement is valued, but always in context of contribution to broader knowledge and social progress." The academic program that had been designed for Harry was extraordinary in both scope and sophistication, combining rigorous instruction in advanced magical theory with practical applications that would prepare him for whatever leadership roles his continued advocacy for educational reform might require. Instead of being confined to age-appropriate curriculum limitations, he would work with specialists who understood that exceptional students required exceptional approaches to reach their full potential. Advanced magical theory would be taught through individual tutorials with professors whose research had shaped magical understanding throughout Europe. Comparative magical cultures would introduce him to approaches to magical practice that existed beyond British traditions, broadening his perspective while deepening his appreciation for diversity as a source of strength rather than division. International magical law would provide him with tools for navigating the political complexities that surrounded his continued work toward educational reform and individual rights. Most intriguingly, Harry would be encouraged to pursue independent research projects that aligned with his personal interests and long-term objectives. Instead of following predetermined curriculum that served institutional convenience, he could explore questions and problems that genuinely engaged his curiosity, while contributing to magical knowledge in areas where his unique background and capabilities might provide insights unavailable through conventional approaches. The living arrangements reflected the Academy's commitment to treating students as responsible individuals rather than children requiring constant supervision. Harry's private quarters were both comfortable and functional, providing space for study and relaxation, while ensuring privacy that would allow him to continue his political correspondence and alliance coordination without institutional interference. But beyond material comfort, the social environment at Beauxbatons represented everything Harry had hoped to find in educational community. Students were encouraged to form relationships based on shared interests and mutual respect, rather than artificial groupings that reinforced social hierarchies and competitive antagonisms. International diversity was celebrated as enriching rather than threatening, creating opportunities for cultural exchange that broadened everyone's understanding of magical practice and social organization. The first weeks of classes exceeded even Harry's elevated expectations about what proper magical education could provide when freed from the constraints that limited British institutional approaches. Professors combined scholarly expertise with genuine enthusiasm for teaching, creating learning environments where questions were welcomed rather than discouraged, and innovation was valued rather than suppressed. Advanced Transfiguration, with Professor Dubois, revealed theoretical frameworks that explained magical transformation in ways that made complex applications seem logical rather than mysterious. The instruction emphasized understanding underlying principles rather than memorizing specific techniques, enabling Harry to adapt established methods to novel situations rather than simply repeating predetermined procedures. Comparative magical cultures with Professor Chen opened Harry's mind to approaches to magical practice that challenged assumptions he hadn't even realized he possessed about proper methods and appropriate applications. Different magical traditions had developed unique solutions to common problems, and exposure to this diversity provided tools for innovation that were unavailable through single cultural perspectives. International magical law with Professor Kowalski equipped Harry with practical knowledge about legal frameworks that governed relationships between magical communities, providing him with understanding necessary for his continued advocacy work, while revealing opportunities for systematic reform that extended beyond educational policy into broader questions about magical governance and individual rights. But perhaps most valuable was independent research methodology with Professor Martinez, who helped Harry develop skills for pursuing original investigations that could contribute genuinely new knowledge to magical understanding. Instead of simply consuming information that others had discovered, Harry learned approaches for identifying important questions, designing systematic investigations, and communicating findings in ways that could influence policy and practice. The intellectual stimulation was extraordinary, but equally important was the social development that came from finally being part of a community where his capabilities were appreciated rather than feared, and his background was seen as contributing valuable perspectives rather than representing problems to be managed. For the first time in his life, Harry experienced what it meant to belong somewhere that genuinely welcomed his presence and valued his contributions. Meanwhile, reports from Britain revealed the profound impact his decision was having on magical society and educational policy throughout the country. His absence from Hogwarts had created a symbolic void that forced everyone to confront questions about individual rights and institutional authority that had been avoided through careful manipulation and strategic misdirection for decades. Letters from Sirius provided regular updates about Alliance activities and the broader reform movement that Harry's success had inspired throughout the British magical community. Other exceptional students were following his example by seeking international educational opportunities, while parents were demanding alternatives to conventional arrangements that failed to serve their children's genuine needs and capabilities. Most significantly, systematic investigation into Dumbledore's decades of decision-making about other people's children was revealing patterns of manipulation and control that extended far beyond Harry's individual case. Families throughout Britain were discovering that choices they had believed were their own had actually been influenced or directed by someone who claimed superior wisdom about what was best for everyone else's children. The revelations were generating political pressure for accountability and reform that extended beyond educational policy into fundamental questions about magical governance and institutional authority. Dumbledore's carefully constructed reputation as wise and benevolent leader was crumbling as evidence accumulated about his willingness to sacrifice individual rights and family autonomy whenever they conflicted with his preferred narratives about greater good and necessary sacrifice. But institutional resistance was also escalating as the implications of successful reform became clearer to those whose power depended on maintaining existing arrangements. Attempts were being made to restrict international educational access for British students, while pressure was being applied to foreign institutions to discourage enrollment of students seeking alternatives to domestic options. However, such heavy-handed responses were proving counterproductive, generating broader opposition from families who had not previously questioned conventional arrangements, but recognized threats to their own autonomy and decision-making authority. International magical organizations were also expressing concern about British attempts to limit their citizens' educational freedom, creating diplomatic pressure that complicated efforts to suppress alternatives through regulatory manipulation. Harry found himself serving as both beneficiary and symbol of educational reform that was spreading throughout the international magical community. His success at Beauxbatons was being closely monitored by advocates and opponents alike, with his academic performance and social development providing evidence for arguments about whether alternatives to conventional arrangements actually served student interests or merely undermined institutional authority. The pressure was considerable, but also energizing. Harry understood that his achievements would influence opportunities available to other exceptional students seeking educational experiences that matched their capabilities rather than conforming to arbitrary limitations. His success could demonstrate that international cooperation and cultural diversity strengthened rather than threatened magical education, while failure might be used to justify continued restrictions on individual choice and educational innovation. As his first term at Beauxbatons progressed, Harry's academic performance exceeded even the optimistic projections that had supported his admission to advanced programs typically reserved for much older students. His ability to synthesize information from multiple magical traditions and apply theoretical knowledge to practical problems impressed professors whose expertise encompassed centuries of magical research and education. More importantly, his contributions to collaborative learning environments demonstrated that exceptional individual capability could enhance rather than threaten group achievement. His willingness to share knowledge and assist fellow students created positive dynamics that strengthened the entire learning community while advancing his own educational objectives. The social development was equally remarkable. Harry's natural leadership abilities flourished in environments that valued cooperation over competition and innovation over conformity. His experiences with systematic manipulation and institutional resistance provided insights that benefited other students facing their own challenges with authority figures and established expectations. But perhaps most significant was Harry's growing understanding of his own potential and responsibilities as someone whose choices could influence educational opportunities available to future generations of exceptional students. His success was opening doors that had been closed to others, while his advocacy was challenging assumptions that had limited development for administrative convenience rather than genuine educational necessity. The Christmas holidays provided opportunity for Harry to return to Britain and assess firsthand the transformation that his educational choices had inspired throughout the magical community. The changes were remarkable, with public discourse about education and individual rights reaching levels of sophistication and engagement that had been absent from political conversation for decades. Families who had accepted conventional arrangements without question were now demanding explanations about why their children's educational opportunities were limited by institutional convenience rather than individual capability. Students were challenging professors who preferred compliance to critical thinking, while parents were questioning career counseling that directed talented children toward paths that served institutional needs rather than personal potential. The alliance that had supported Harry's independence had evolved into a comprehensive reform movement with resources and connections that enabled systematic challenges to educational orthodoxy throughout British magical society. Alternative schools were being established, international exchange programs were expanding, and legal frameworks were being developed to protect family autonomy and student rights. Most gratifying was evidence that other exceptional children were benefiting from opportunities that Harry's courage had helped create. Students whose capabilities had been dismissed or discouraged were receiving instruction that challenged their potential, while families were gaining access to educational alternatives that served their values about excellence and individual development. But opposition remained strong among those whose power depended on maintaining existing arrangements. Dumbledore's influence, though diminished by revelations about his manipulation of other people's children, still extended throughout British magical institutions and international organizations, where his reputation for wisdom and moral authority had not been completely destroyed by accumulating evidence about his willingness to sacrifice individual rights for preferred outcomes. The holiday conversations with Alliance members revealed ongoing challenges and opportunities that would shape the next phase of educational reform efforts. Harry's continued success at Beauxbatons was crucial for demonstrating that alternatives to conventional arrangements could produce superior results while respecting individual autonomy and cultural diversity. But more than symbolic importance, Harry's education was preparing him for leadership roles that would require sophisticated understanding of political strategy, international cooperation, and cultural sensitivity. His experience at Beauxbatons was providing tools that would enable him to contribute meaningfully to systematic transformation of magical education and social organization. The return journey to France felt like coming home rather than leaving it. Confirmation that Harry had found educational and social environments that genuinely served his needs and aspirations. Beauxbatons had become more than alternative to British magical education. It represented proof that institutional learning could enhance rather than constrain individual potential when properly organized and adequately supported. As the winter term began, Harry threw himself into advanced studies with enthusiasm that reflected both personal interest and political commitment to demonstrating that exceptional students could thrive when provided with appropriate opportunities and challenges. His research projects were producing insights that contributed to magical knowledge while advancing arguments for educational approaches that prioritized excellence over conformity. The academic work was demanding but rewarding, pushing Harry to develop capabilities that would serve him well, regardless of whatever career path he ultimately chose. More importantly, his social relationships were providing him with international network of peers whose shared commitment to excellence and cultural understanding would create opportunities for collaboration and mutual support throughout their lives. But underlying everything was Harry's growing awareness of his own transformation, from victim to advocate, from isolated outsider to influential leader whose choices inspired others to question assumptions about authority and individual rights that had shaped magical society for generations. His journey from the Dursley cupboard to international magical education represented more than personal achievement. It was evidence that systematic change was possible when individuals possessed courage to challenge arrangements that served institutional convenience rather than genuine human needs. The boy who lived had become the boy who chose to excel while helping others do the same, demonstrating that individual success could inspire collective transformation that benefited everyone who shared commitment to human dignity and educational excellence. His time at Beauxbatons was preparing him for whatever leadership roles the future might require, while his continued advocacy was ensuring that other exceptional children would have access to educational opportunities that matched their capabilities rather than limiting them to serve administrative convenience. The revolution that had begun with his mother's letter was approaching a new phase that would determine whether individual courage could inspire lasting transformation of magical education and social organization throughout the international community. Harry felt confident about his ability to contribute meaningfully to that transformation, armed with knowledge, skills, and relationships that represented the best that magical education could provide when freed from artificial constraints that served power rather than potential. 2 years had transformed not only Harry Potter, but the entire landscape of magical education throughout Europe and beyond, creating ripples of change that had fundamentally altered how magical communities understood the relationship between individual potential and institutional authority. Standing in the advanced research laboratory that had become his second home at Beauxbatons, Harry surveyed the fruits of his academic endeavors with satisfaction that extended far beyond personal achievement to encompass the broader transformation his choices had helped inspire. The independent research project that lay spread across his workstation represented the culmination of everything he had learned about magical theory, international cooperation, and systematic approaches to complex problems. His investigation into innovative applications of protective ward networks had produced findings that were attracting attention from magical security experts throughout the international community, while his proposed reforms to magical child welfare policies were being seriously considered by multiple governments, seeking alternatives to approaches that had proven inadequate for protecting exceptional students. But more than academic accomplishment, Harry's work embodied the educational philosophy that had drawn him to Beauxbatons and sustained his commitment to demonstrating that alternatives to conventional arrangements could produce superior results while respecting individual autonomy and cultural diversity. His research combined theoretical sophistication with practical applications that served genuine human needs, illustrating how exceptional education could prepare young people to contribute meaningfully to their communities rather than merely conforming to institutional expectations. Professor Delacroix entered the laboratory carrying correspondence that reflected the international dimensions of Harry's continued influence on educational policy and magical governance. Letters from former Alliance members in Britain provided updates about reform initiatives that had begun with his escape from Privet Drive and evolved into comprehensive transformation of magical society's approach to child welfare and educational excellence. The changes were remarkable by any measure. Alternative educational networks had expanded throughout Britain and were beginning to establish connections with similar initiatives in other countries, creating opportunities for international collaboration that transcended the insularity that had characterized traditional magical education. Legal frameworks protecting family autonomy and student rights had been strengthened through legislation inspired by revelations about systematic manipulation of children's lives by authorities who claimed superior wisdom about everyone else's needs and capabilities. Most significantly, public discourse about magic and society had achieved levels of sophistication and engagement that had been absent from political conversation for generations. Citizens who had accepted institutional authority without question were now demanding accountability and transparency from those who claimed to serve their interests. The transformation represented exactly the kind of systematic change that Harry's mother had hoped her sacrifice might eventually inspire, demonstrating that individual courage could indeed challenge arrangements that served power rather than people. "Mr. Potter," Professor Delacroix said, with the warmth that had characterized all their interactions since his arrival at Beauxbatons, "your research presentation to the International Confederation of Magical Education has generated considerable interest among policymakers who are seeking evidence-based approaches to educational reform. Additionally, several magical governments have requested consultations about implementing protective frameworks similar to those you have developed here. The recognition was gratifying, but more important was evidence that Harry's work was contributing to practical improvements in how magical communities protected and educated their most vulnerable members. His research into innovative protective ward applications was being adapted for use in schools and residential facilities throughout Europe, while his policy proposals were influencing legislation designed to prevent the kind of systematic manipulation that had characterized his own childhood. But beyond immediate applications, Harry's continued success was providing ongoing demonstration that exceptional students could thrive when provided with educational opportunities that matched their capabilities rather than conforming to arbitrary limitations designed to serve administrative convenience. His achievements were inspiring other young people to pursue educational paths that served their genuine interests and potential, rather than accepting whatever arrangements institutional authorities deemed appropriate. The correspondence Professor Delacroix delivered included invitations to address international conferences, requests for collaboration with research institutions throughout Europe and beyond, and proposals for advanced study opportunities that would extend his education into areas where his unique background and demonstrated capabilities could contribute most effectively to magical knowledge and social progress. Most intriguingly, several magical governments were seeking his consultation about establishing educational alternatives that could serve exceptional students whose needs exceeded what conventional institutions were prepared to provide. His experience with both systematic suppression and educational excellence had given him insights into what worked and what failed in approaches to nurturing extraordinary potential while respecting individual autonomy and cultural values. The afternoon brought visitors whose presence confirmed that Harry's influence extended far beyond academic circles into broader questions about magical governance and social organization. Augusta Longbottom arrived with a delegation that included representatives from multiple countries where educational reform movements had drawn inspiration from Harry's example and the systematic transformation it had helped produce in Britain. "Mr. Potter," Augusta said, with the directness that had always characterized their relationship, "your work has inspired changes that extend far beyond what any of us anticipated when we first supported your independence from arrangements that failed to serve your genuine needs. The transformation you have helped create demonstrates that individual courage can indeed challenge institutional authority effectively when supported by adequate resources and international cooperation." The delegation represented more than symbolic recognition of Harry's contributions to educational reform. They were seeking his involvement in establishing comprehensive networks that could protect exceptional children throughout the international magical community while fostering innovation and cultural exchange that would benefit everyone who valued excellence over conformity and individual rights over institutional convenience. The vision they outlined was both ambitious and practical, drawing on lessons learned from successful reform initiatives while addressing challenges that had emerged as alternatives to conventional arrangements expanded beyond their original contexts. International coordination could prevent authorities in any single country from suppressing educational alternatives through regulatory manipulation, while shared resources could ensure that exceptional students had access to instruction that matched their capabilities regardless of their families' economic circumstances or political connections. Most importantly, the network could provide ongoing support for young people who chose educational paths that challenged conventional expectations, while ensuring that their success contributed to broader transformation of magical society rather than merely serving individual advancement. Harry's experience demonstrated that exceptional achievement was most meaningful when it inspired others to question assumptions about what was possible and desirable in educational and social arrangements. The proposal represented everything Harry had hoped his choices might eventually accomplish, creating systematic alternatives that could protect and nurture exceptional potential while respecting cultural diversity and individual autonomy. His personal journey from victim to advocate had proven that transformation was possible, but lasting change required institutional frameworks that could sustain and expand successful innovations beyond dependence on individual courage or charismatic leadership. "I would be honored to contribute to such an initiative," Harry replied with conviction that reflected both personal commitment and strategic understanding of opportunities represented by international cooperation. "My experience has taught me that exceptional students need more than just advanced instruction. They need communities that value their contributions and support their development as independent thinkers and ethical leaders." The conversation that followed revealed planning that was both comprehensive and sophisticated, addressing practical challenges of implementation while maintaining focus on fundamental principles that had guided successful reform efforts. Financial resources, legal frameworks, educational methodologies, and political strategies were all considered within contexts that prioritized human dignity and individual potential over institutional control and administrative convenience. But more than technical planning, the discussion reflected shared commitment to values that transcended cultural and national boundaries, while respecting diversity as a source of strength rather than division. The international magical community possessed resources and expertise that could create educational opportunities far superior to anything available through single-country approaches, but realizing that potential required coordination and cooperation that challenged traditional assumptions about sovereignty and cultural isolation. As evening approached and the delegation prepared to depart, Harry felt profound satisfaction about the trajectory his life had taken since discovering his mother's letter in the Dursley attic. The frightened child who had lived under the stairs had evolved into someone whose choices influenced educational opportunities available to exceptional students throughout the international magical community, while the systematic manipulation that had shaped his early years had been transformed into evidence that inspired protective frameworks for other vulnerable children. The recognition was gratifying, but even more meaningful was knowledge that his success was creating possibilities for others who faced similar challenges to those he had overcome. Every exceptional student who gained access to appropriate educational opportunities, every family that achieved autonomy over decisions affecting their children's welfare, every reform initiative that challenged institutional authority in favor of individual rights represented validation of his mother's sacrifice and his own commitment to ensuring that her death would contribute to positive transformation rather than perpetual victimization. The following morning brought news that confirmed the international scope of changes that Harry's courage had helped inspire throughout the magical world. Reports from multiple countries revealed expanding networks of educational alternatives, growing political support for child welfare reforms, and increasing public engagement with questions about institutional authority and individual rights that had been ignored for generations. But perhaps most significant was evidence that cultural attitudes about magical education were shifting toward appreciation for diversity and excellence rather than conformity and tradition. Young people throughout the international magical community were pursuing educational paths that matched their interests and capabilities rather than accepting whatever arrangements institutional authorities preferred, while parents were demanding accountability and transparency from those who claimed to serve their families' needs. The transformation represented exactly the kind of systematic change that could ensure future generations would have genuine alternatives to arrangements that served institutional convenience rather than individual potential. Harry's personal journey from victim to advocate had demonstrated that resistance was possible, but lasting change required collective action and international cooperation that could not be easily suppressed through regulatory manipulation or political pressure. Sirius arrived from Britain carrying documentation about the comprehensive nature of reforms that had followed Harry's initial escape from systematic manipulation. The changes were remarkable in both scope and depth, affecting not only educational policy, but broader questions about magical governance and social organization that had been shaped for generations by assumptions about appropriate relationships between authority and individual autonomy. Dumbledore's influence had been systematically reduced through revelations about his decades of manipulation, while new leadership had emerged that prioritized transparency and accountability over traditional patterns of unquestioned deference to established authority. Legal frameworks protecting family autonomy had been strengthened, while alternative educational networks had expanded to serve exceptional students whose needs had been ignored or suppressed under previous arrangements. Most gratifyingly, public discourse about magic and society had achieved sophistication that enabled meaningful debate about complex issues rather than relying on simplistic appeals to tradition or authority. Citizens who had once accepted institutional decisions without question were now engaging actively in political processes that shaped their communities, while young people were pursuing educational and career paths that served their genuine interests rather than conforming to expectations imposed by others. "You've accomplished something remarkable, Harry," Sirius said with pride that reflected both personal affection and political appreciation for systematic transformation that had benefited countless families throughout the magical community. "Your courage in challenging arrangements that didn't serve your interests has inspired changes that will protect and nurture exceptional potential for generations to come." The conversation that followed was both celebratory and forward-looking, acknowledging achievements that had exceeded everyone's most optimistic projections, while recognizing ongoing challenges that would require sustained effort and continued international cooperation. Harry's success at Beauxbatons had proven that alternatives to conventional arrangements could produce superior results, but expanding access to such opportunities would require resources and coordination that transcended individual initiatives or institutional innovations. But more than practical challenges, they discussed the philosophical implications of transformation that had challenged fundamental assumptions about authority and individual rights that had shaped magical society for centuries. Harry's journey from powerless victim to influential advocate represented more than personal achievement. It embodied principles that could guide broader social evolution toward arrangements that served human dignity rather than institutional control. The evening brought reflection on the remarkable trajectory that had brought Harry from the Dursley cupboard to international recognition as an advocate for educational excellence and individual rights. The transformation seemed almost impossible to believe, but it was documented through achievements that had influenced policy and practice throughout the magical world, while inspiring countless other young people to pursue their own paths toward exceptional accomplishment. The boy who had once hidden from notice had become someone whose choices attracted international attention, whose research contributed to magical knowledge, whose advocacy influenced governmental policy, and whose example inspired others to challenge assumptions about what was possible when exceptional potential received appropriate support and encouragement. The evolution was testament to human resilience and the power of individual choice to create positive change, even within systems designed to suppress rather than nurture extraordinary capability. But perhaps most meaningful was Harry's growing understanding of his own responsibilities as someone whose success had created opportunities and expectations that extended far beyond personal achievement. His continued work would influence educational alternatives available to future generations of exceptional students, while his advocacy would help determine whether magical society evolved toward greater respect for individual autonomy or remained trapped in authoritarian patterns that served institutional convenience rather than human flourishing. The Christmas holidays provided opportunity for Harry to return to Grimmauld Place and assess firsthand the transformation that his educational choices had inspired throughout British magical society. The changes were visible everywhere, from public discourse that engaged seriously with complex policy questions to educational alternatives that provided genuine options for families seeking instruction that matched their children's capabilities and values. But more than institutional changes, Harry observed transformation in individual attitudes and expectations that suggested lasting evolution rather than temporary disruption. Young people moved through magical society with confidence that their choices would be respected and their potential would be nurtured, while parents engaged actively in educational planning rather than accepting whatever arrangements institutional authorities preferred. The alliance that had supported his initial escape from systematic manipulation had evolved into a comprehensive network that provided ongoing support for families seeking alternatives to conventional arrangements while advocating for continued reforms that would benefit everyone who valued excellence and individual autonomy. Their success demonstrated that organized resistance to institutional authority could achieve meaningful change when sustained by adequate resources and international support. Most gratifying was evidence that other exceptional children were thriving in educational environments that challenged their capabilities while respecting their individual needs and cultural backgrounds. Students whose potential had been dismissed or suppressed under previous arrangements were producing innovations and insights that contributed to magical knowledge while inspiring further expansion of opportunities for academic excellence and creative achievement. The holiday conversations with former Alliance members revealed ongoing projects and future possibilities that would continue the work Harry had begun through his personal courage and sustained through his educational success. International networks were expanding, legal protections were being strengthened, and cultural attitudes were evolving toward greater appreciation for diversity and individual achievement. But challenges remained significant, as traditional authorities sought to regain influence they had lost through exposure of their manipulative practices and authoritarian tendencies. Opposition to educational alternatives continued from those whose power depended on maintaining institutional monopoly over magical learning, while resistance to child welfare reforms persisted among those who preferred systems that prioritized administrative convenience over individual rights. However, such opposition was proving increasingly ineffective against movements that possessed international support, adequate resources, and growing public legitimacy. Harry's continued success at Beauxbatons provided ongoing demonstration that alternatives to conventional arrangements could achieve superior results while respecting individual autonomy and cultural values, making it difficult for opponents to argue convincingly that traditional approaches were more effective or appropriate. The return journey to Beauxbatons felt like transition to the next phase of a journey that had begun with his mother's hidden letter and evolved through systematic transformation of magical education and social organization throughout the international community. His personal evolution from victim to advocate was complete, but his work as a contributor to ongoing reform efforts was just entering its most productive and influential period. The final term of his initial program at Beauxbatons was devoted to completing research projects that would establish his credentials for advanced study while contributing meaningfully to magical knowledge and policy development. His work on innovative protective applications was being prepared for publication in international magical journals, while his proposals for child welfare reforms were being considered by multiple governments seeking evidence-based approaches to protecting exceptional students. But beyond academic achievement, Harry's time at Beauxbatons had provided him with international network of relationships and understanding of cultural diversity that would serve him throughout whatever career path he ultimately chose. His education had prepared him for leadership roles that required sophisticated appreciation for political complexity and social change, while maintaining commitment to principles that prioritized human dignity over institutional control. The boy who lived had become the young man who chose to contribute meaningfully to positive transformation of magical society, while ensuring that his success created opportunities for others rather than merely serving personal advancement. His journey from systematic victimization to international advocacy represented proof that individual courage could inspire collective change that benefited everyone who shared commitment to excellence and individual rights. As his program at Beauxbatons approached conclusion, and new opportunities for advanced study and professional contribution beckoned from institutions throughout the international magical community, Harry felt confident about his ability to continue contributing to systematic transformation that would protect and nurture exceptional potential for generations to come. His mother's sacrifice had indeed inspired positive change that would ensure her death contributed to human flourishing rather than perpetual suffering. The revolution that had begun with a hidden letter had achieved its fundamental objectives while creating foundation for continued evolution toward magical society that served human dignity rather than institutional convenience. Harry Potter had proven that individual choice could challenge systematic oppression effectively when supported by courage, intelligence, and commitment to values that transcended personal interest in favor of collective welfare and continued progress toward justice and excellence. The morning after Harry discovered his mother's letter dawned grey and oppressive, the kind of leaden sky that promised rain but delivered only humid misery. Harry woke before sunrise on the floor of Dudley's second bedroom, where he had been relegated after his cousin decided he needed more space for his growing collection of broken toys and discarded electronics. The thin blanket provided no cushioning against the hardwood floor, and Harry's back ached from another night of trying to find comfort where none existed. But physical discomfort felt almost trivial compared to the mental earthquake that had reshaped his understanding of everything. Harry lay still in the pre-dawn darkness, staring at the ceiling and replaying every word of his mother's letter in his mind. Each revelation felt fresh and shocking, as if he were discovering it for the first time. Dumbledore's manipulation, the deliberate choice of the Dursleys, the systematic suppression of his magical heritage, the knowledge that somewhere in the world people existed who would have loved him if they had been given the chance. The most difficult part wasn't the anger, though that burned in his chest like a physical flame. The most difficult part was the hope. For 9 years, Harry had constructed his identity around the fundamental belief that he deserved whatever treatment the Dursleys provided. When Vernon's belt left welts across his back, when Petunia locked him in his cupboard for days at a time, when Dudley's friends used him as target practice for their casual cruelty, Harry had always assumed that he had somehow earned such treatment through his mere existence. Now he knew better. Now he understood that his suffering had been a choice made by adults who prioritized their own agendas over his welfare. The relief was almost overwhelming, like setting down a weight he hadn't realized he was carrying. But relief brought its own complications, because if his suffering wasn't deserved, then it could be ended. And if it could be ended, then continuing to endure it became a choice rather than an inevitability. Harry rose carefully from his makeshift bed and moved to the window, peering through the gap in Dudley's cartoon-themed curtains at the quiet street beyond. Privet Drive looked exactly as it always did at this hour, a monument to suburban conformity, where every lawn was precisely manicured and every house painted in approved shades of beige respectability. But Harry saw it differently now, not as his world, but as his prison. And prisons, he was beginning to understand, were only as secure as their inmates believed them to be. The sound of movement from downstairs indicated that the Dursley household was beginning to stir. Harry had perhaps an hour before they would expect him to appear in the kitchen, ready to prepare breakfast and accept whatever new punishments they had devised for his continued existence. An hour to think, to plan, to begin implementing the strategies his mother had outlined in her precious letter. The first challenge was practical. Harry needed to understand exactly what resources were available to him and how to access them safely. His mother had mentioned emergency funds and legal documents, but she had been deliberately vague about locations and access methods. Presumably she had assumed that Harry would be older when he found the letter, better equipped to navigate the complexities of magical banking and legal systems. At 9 years old, he would need to be exceptionally careful not to attract attention while gathering information. More immediately, he needed to deal with Mrs. Figg. Harry had always found his elderly neighbour slightly odd, with her endless cats and her tendency to watch him with uncomfortably intense focus whenever he was outside. The Dursleys occasionally dumped him at her house when they wanted to go somewhere without the inconvenience of their unwanted nephew, and those visits had always felt strange in ways Harry couldn't articulate. Mrs. Fig was neither kind nor cruel, but she seemed to be cataloguing his behaviour with the methodical attention of someone filing reports. Now he knew why. According to his mother's letter, Arabella Fig was a squib, someone born into the magical world, but lacking the ability to perform magic herself. Dumbledore had placed her on Privet Drive specifically to monitor Harry's development and report back on his progress. Every seemingly innocent conversation, every casual observation about his behaviour, every concerned inquiry about his well-being had been data gathering for someone else's purposes. The knowledge should have made Harry angry, and part of him was furious about this additional layer of deception in his life. But anger was a luxury he couldn't afford right now. What mattered was understanding exactly what Mrs. Fig knew and how that knowledge might be used against him. If he was going to test any of the strategies his mother had outlined, he needed to know whether his activities were being monitored and reported. Harry dressed quickly in Dudley's cast-off clothes, the oversized garments hanging off his small frame like a scarecrow's costume. Everything he owned had belonged to his cousin first, from the shoes that were 3 sizes too large to the shirts that reached his knees when he tried to tuck them in. The Dursleys had never bothered to buy him properly fitted clothing, partly from their general contempt for his needs, and partly because they seemed to take satisfaction in his perpetually dishevelled appearance. But his mother's letter had given Harry a new perspective on even this casual cruelty. His appearance wasn't just the result of negligence, it was a deliberate strategy to ensure that he never developed confidence or self-respect. Well-dressed children received different treatment from teachers, from shopkeepers, from other adults who might otherwise notice signs of abuse. By keeping Harry looking like an unwanted refugee, the Dursleys had created a social camouflage that protected them from scrutiny while ensuring that Harry internalized his own worthlessness. Knowing this didn't immediately solve the problem, but it changed how Harry thought about solutions. If his appearance was part of the Dursleys' control strategy, then changing his appearance would be a form of resistance. Not dramatic changes that would attract attention, but subtle improvements that would help him feel more confident and capable when he needed to interact with the outside world. The kitchen was empty when Harry arrived downstairs, though he could hear Vernon moving about in the master bedroom and the sound of Petunia's morning routine echoing from the adjoining bathroom. Dudley would sleep until midday if allowed, emerging only when hunger finally overcame his natural laziness. This gave Harry a precious window of relative privacy to begin his preparations. He moved through the familiar routine of breakfast preparation, but now every action felt different. Instead of the mindless compliance that had characterized his previous efforts to avoid punishment, Harry found himself thinking strategically about each task. How could he complete his assigned duties while also gathering information? What opportunities might present themselves for testing his newfound knowledge? How could he begin making the small changes that would eventually lead to larger transformations? The floating eggs incident from the previous day offered important insights. Harry had been concentrating intensely on avoiding disaster when his magic had manifested, suggesting that focused intention might be key to controlling these abilities. His mother's letter had encouraged him to practice, when safe to do so, to develop his natural talents, despite the Dursleys' attempts at suppression. But practice required privacy and careful timing, resources that were scarce in the Dursley household. As Harry whisked eggs for Vernon's morning meal, he tried to recreate the mental state that had produced yesterday's levitation. The concentration, the desperate desire for success, the feeling of warmth spreading through his chest as something impossible became reality. For a moment, he felt that familiar tingle of energy, but nothing visible happened. Perhaps the magic required specific emotional states, or maybe he needed to develop his control gradually rather than expecting immediate results. The sound of heavy footsteps on the stairs warned Harry that Vernon was approaching, and he quickly focused his attention on the practical requirements of breakfast preparation. Whatever experimentation he managed would need to wait for moments when discovery wouldn't result in another beating. But the knowledge that such experimentation was possible, that his magic was real and potentially controllable, provided a foundation of hope that made even Vernon's morning ill-temper bearable. Vernon entered the kitchen like a force of nature, his massive frame filling the doorway as he surveyed his domain with the suspicious glare that characterized all his interactions with Harry. The previous day's punishment seemed to have satisfied his immediate need for dominance, but Harry could see the calculating look in his small eyes that suggested new torments were already being planned. "Good morning, Uncle Vernon," Harry said carefully, maintaining the tone of respectful submission that experience had taught him was least likely to provoke immediate violence. "I'm making your eggs exactly the way you like them," Vernon grunted acknowledgement, settling his bulk into his chair at the kitchen table and snapping open his morning newspaper with unnecessary force. The headline screamed about economic uncertainty and political incompetence, topics that always put Vernon in an even fouler mood than usual. Harry had learned to read these signs, to gauge his uncle's emotional state from the way he handled objects and the quality of his breathing. Today promised to be challenging, but not impossible. "Make sure you don't ruin them like you ruined dinner last week," Vernon muttered, his voice carrying the casual threat that underscored most of their interactions. "And clean up properly afterward. I don't want to find any of your freakish messes when I come home tonight." "Of course, Uncle Vernon," Harry replied, but internally he was analyzing every word for useful information. Vernon's reference to freakish messes suggested that he suspected yesterday's floating eggs weren't an isolated incident. The casual way he mentioned coming home tonight indicated that he had plans to be away from the house, which might provide Harry with opportunities for more extensive experimentation. Petunia appeared in the kitchen doorway, already dressed in her pink housecoat and armed with her morning cup of tea. Her resemblance to a horse had become more pronounced over the years, her long neck and prominent teeth giving her a predatory appearance that made Harry instinctively cautious. Of all the Dursleys, Petunia was perhaps the most dangerous because her cruelty was calculated rather than impulsive. Where Vernon's violence was explosive but brief, Petunia's malice was persistent and creative. "I trust the boy completed his cleaning assignments properly yesterday," Petunia said, settling into her chair and fixing Harry with a stare that seemed designed to detect any hint of deception. "That attic has been neglected for far too long, and I won't have it reflecting poorly on our household standards." "Yes, Aunt Petunia," Harry replied, maintaining perfect composure despite knowing that she had no intention of actually inspecting his work. The attic cleaning was punishment theatre, designed to occupy his time and energy rather than accomplish anything meaningful. But he had indeed cleaned thoroughly, partly because completing assigned tasks reduced the likelihood of additional punishment, and partly because his newfound knowledge had given him reasons to be methodical and careful about everything he did. "See that you finish the job today," Petunia continued, her voice taking on the particular sharpness that indicated she was enjoying her authority. "And then you can start on the garage. Heaven knows what condition Dudley has left it in with all his various projects." Harry nodded obediently, but his mind was racing with possibilities. Extended time in both the attic and garage would provide privacy for experimentation and planning. More importantly, these locations offered potential access to tools and materials that might prove useful if his situation required more dramatic solutions. A garage, in particular, contained all sorts of interesting possibilities for someone who understood that escape might eventually become necessary. The remainder of breakfast proceeded with the familiar rhythm of casual dominance and enforced submission. Vernon complained about his work, his government, his neighbors, and anything else that crossed his mind, while Petunia provided a steady stream of agreement and additional grievances. Harry served their food, cleaned their dishes, and accepted their casual insults with apparent resignation. To any observer, it would have looked like the same dynamic that had characterized the Dursley household for 9 years. But everything had changed, because Harry was no longer the same person who had entered that kitchen. He was someone with knowledge, with options, with a growing understanding of his own power and potential. Every moment of apparent submission was actually intelligence gathering. Every accepted insult was data about his adversary's psychological vulnerabilities. Every completed task was preparation for whatever came next. When the Dursleys finally dispersed to their various activities, Harry found himself alone with his thoughts and his rapidly expanding plans. The house felt different now that he understood its true nature as an elaborate prison designed to break his spirit and prepare him for whatever role Dumbledore had envisioned. But prisons only worked if their inmates cooperated with their own confinement, and Harry was discovering that cooperation was a choice he no longer needed to make. The morning hours passed in a blur of careful activity. Harry returned to the attic, ostensibly to continue his assigned cleaning, but actually to retrieve his mother's letter and study it more thoroughly. He memorized the names and addresses she had provided, along with the specific instructions for accessing his inheritance and legal rights. Most importantly, he began to understand the broader context of her warnings about Dumbledore's manipulation. According to the letter, Harry's situation was part of a larger pattern. Dumbledore had spent decades making decisions for other people's children, always justified by appeals to greater good and larger purpose, but consistently resulting in trauma and loss for those who trusted his judgment. Harry's placement with the Dursleys wasn't an aberration. It was standard operating procedure for someone who viewed individual suffering as acceptable collateral damage in pursuit of bigger objectives. This knowledge was both liberating and terrifying. Liberating because it confirmed that Harry's instincts about his situation had been correct, that his suffering was neither deserved nor necessary. Terrifying because it suggested that escape would require confronting not just the Dursleys, but an entire system of magical authority that had invested considerable effort in maintaining control over his life. But his mother had also provided him with tools for resistance. The emergency fund she had established was accessible through specific protocols that bypassed normal magical banking oversight. The legal documents she had hidden would establish his rights as the Potter heir and provide protection against attempts to force his return to unwanted guardianship. Most importantly, she had identified allies within the magical community who might be willing to assist him if approached correctly. The challenge was timing and execution. At 9 years old, Harry lacked the social connections and practical knowledge necessary to navigate magical society independently. But he was intelligent, determined, and increasingly desperate to escape a situation that he now understood was designed to destroy his sense of self-worth and personal agency. If he was careful and strategic, he might be able to access enough resources to create genuine alternatives to his current circumstances. The first step was testing his understanding of Mrs. Figg's role in his surveillance. Harry needed to know exactly what she was reporting and how frequently she communicated with her handlers. If he could establish the parameters of his monitoring, he might be able to work around them or even use them to his advantage. That afternoon, Harry implemented his first experiment in applied manipulation. Instead of avoiding Mrs. Figg as he usually did, he made a point of lingering near her front garden while she tended her flowers, creating an opportunity for casual conversation. Mrs. Figg looked up as he approached, her expression shifting from neutral politeness to alert interest in ways that confirmed his mother's warnings about her true purpose. "Hello, Mrs. Figg," Harry said, maintaining the slightly awkward manner that adults expected from him. "I was wondering if you might know anything about my parents. The Dursleys never want to talk about them, but I'm getting curious about what they were like." Mrs. Figg's reaction was immediate and telling. Her entire demeanor sharpened, and Harry could practically see her calculating how much information she should provide and what questions she should ask in return. This wasn't the response of a kindly neighbor making conversation with a lonely child. This was someone receiving exactly the kind of opening she had been hoping for. "Oh, my dear boy," Mrs. Figg replied, her voice taking on a carefully modulated tone of sympathetic interest. "I'm afraid I didn't know your parents personally, but I understand they were quite remarkable people. What sorts of things would you like to know about them?" The conversation that followed was a masterclass in subtle interrogation disguised as friendly concern. Mrs. Figg asked careful questions about Harry's recent behavior, his emotional state, his relationship with the Dursleys, and his thoughts about his future. She demonstrated knowledge about his situation that could only have come from systematic observation, and she guided their discussion in ways designed to elicit specific information about his magical development and psychological condition. Harry played his role perfectly, presenting himself as a confused and lonely child, seeking connection rather than someone conducting counter-surveillance on his monitors. He revealed just enough genuine emotion to maintain credibility, while carefully controlling what information he provided. By the end of their conversation, he had confirmed that Mrs. Figg was indeed reporting on his activities, and that she was particularly interested in signs of magical ability or emotional instability. More importantly, Harry had learned that Mrs. Figg expected him to remain passive and dependent, waiting for adults to solve his problems rather than taking initiative himself. Her questions and responses revealed assumptions about his capabilities and intentions that would work to his advantage if he needed to operate without detection. As long as he maintained the appearance of compliance and helplessness, she would continue to underestimate his actual level of awareness and planning. That evening, as the Dursleys settled into their usual routine of television and complaints, Harry retreated to Dudley's second bedroom and began serious strategic planning. His mother's letter had provided him with the foundation for escape, but translating that foundation into practical action would require careful preparation and perfect timing. He needed to develop his magical abilities, establish contact with potential allies, access his inheritance, and create contingency plans for various scenarios. Most challenging of all, he needed to do all of this while maintaining the appearance of continued submission to Dursley authority and Dumbledore's surveillance. The moment either his guardians or his monitors realized that he was actively working toward independence, they would almost certainly take steps to prevent his success. Harry's best advantage was their assumption that he remained the helpless victim they had spent 9 years creating. But as Harry lay on his thin blanket that night, staring at the ceiling and planning his revolution, he felt something he had never experienced before. Not just hope, which was precious enough, but genuine excitement about his future. For the first time in his life, he was making choices that served his own interests rather than someone else's agenda. For the first time, he was building towards something he actually wanted rather than simply enduring whatever others imposed on him. The transformation was far from complete, and the challenges ahead were enormous. But Harry Potter was no longer just the boy who lived. He was becoming the boy who chose to live, and that choice would change everything that came after. The Dursleys slept peacefully in their beds, unaware that their prisoner had just discovered the keys to his own freedom. Dumbledore's carefully constructed plans continued unchanged, ignorant of the fact that their central victim was no longer cooperating with his own manipulation. Tomorrow would bring new opportunities for preparation and planning. Harry would continue his assigned tasks, accept his designated punishments, and maintain the facade of helpless compliance. But underneath that performance, he would be working steadily toward the day when performance became unnecessary, and Harry Potter could finally become whoever he chose to be. The revolution had begun with a hidden letter and a mother's love. Now it would continue with patience, intelligence, and the kind of determination that could only come from someone who had learned the difference between enduring suffering and choosing it. Harry Potter was done with endurance. It was time to start choosing, and his choices were going to surprise everyone who thought they knew what he was capable of achieving. 3 days after discovering his mother's letter, Harry Potter's carefully maintained facade of compliance finally shattered in the most spectacular way possible. The morning had started like any other, with Harry moving through his established routine of preparing breakfast for the Dursley household, while they gradually emerged from their bedrooms in various states of ill humour. Vernon had been particularly irritable, muttering darkly about quarterly reports and incompetent subordinates as he consumed his eggs and bacon with mechanical efficiency. Petunia had been focused on her ongoing campaign to outdo Mrs. Henderson's garden display, cataloguing perceived inadequacies in everyone else's landscaping with the vindictive precision that characterized all her social observations. Dudley, however, had been unusually energetic for someone who typically treated consciousness before noon as a personal insult. He had been rummaging through various drawers and cabinets with the destructive enthusiasm he brought to most activities, searching for something that he claimed was vitally important but refused to identify beyond irritated demands that everyone help him look. Harry had been washing dishes when disaster struck. Working methodically through the accumulated breakfast detritus, he had been thinking about the previous day's experiments with magical control when Dudley's increasingly frantic search brought him into the kitchen. His cousin had torn through the utility drawers with characteristic disregard for organization, scattering contents across counters and leaving a trail of chaos that would inevitably become Harry's responsibility to clean. "What are you looking for, Dudley?" Harry had asked, not from genuine interest, but because experience had taught him that ignoring Dudley's activities often led to being blamed for whatever went wrong. "None of your business, freak," Dudley had replied with automatic hostility, continuing his destructive rampage through kitchen storage. But then his attention had shifted to something that made Harry's blood freeze in his veins. "Where's that weird paper you had yesterday? The one you were reading in your room?" Harry's hands had gone still in the soapy dishwater as he realized what Dudley was talking about. Somehow, despite all his careful precautions, his cousin had seen him with his mother's letter. Whether through deliberate spying or accidental observation, Dudley had noticed something that he wasn't supposed to know existed, and now he was actively searching for it with the persistent malice that made him truly dangerous despite his generally lazy nature. "I don't know what you mean," Harry had said carefully, maintaining the neutral tone that usually discouraged Dudley from pursuing topics that required sustained effort. "I was just doing my cleaning assignments like always." "Don't lie to me, you little freak," Dudley had snarled, his piggy eyes lighting up with the particular gleam that indicated he sensed weakness and intended to exploit it. "I saw you reading something that looked important, something that made you look all weird and excited. Where did you hide it?" The conversation might have remained at the level of typical Dursley bullying if Harry had been able to maintain his composure. But 3 days of processing his mother's revelations had left him emotionally raw in ways that made Dudley's casual cruelty feel unbearable. The knowledge that his cousin had been spying on him, that even his few moments of private discovery were subject to surveillance and potential destruction, triggered something in Harry that had been building since the moment he first read about Dumbledore's calculated manipulation. "There's no paper, Dudley," Harry had said, his voice carrying a sharp edge that should have warned everyone present that the situation was escalating beyond normal parameters. "You're imagining things again, just like when you thought you saw me talking to that snake at the zoo." The reference to the snake incident had been a tactical error of the highest order. Dudley's face had gone red with remembered embarrassment, and he had lunged across the kitchen with surprising speed for someone of his bulk, grabbing Harry by the front of his oversized shirt and slamming him against the counter with enough force to rattle the dishes. "I know you have it somewhere, freak," Dudley had hissed, his breath hot and sour against Harry's face, "and I'm going to find it and show Mum and Dad so they can burn it like they burned all those other weird things that came in the mail for you." That had been the moment when Harry's self-control finally snapped completely. The revelation that the Dursleys had been intercepting and destroying mail addressed to him hit like a physical blow. For years, Harry had wondered why he never received birthday cards or holiday greetings like other children, why his existence seemed to pass unnoticed by anyone beyond Privet Drive. Now he understood that contact from the outside world had been systematically eliminated, that people had tried to reach him and been thwarted by the same adults who claimed that no one cared whether he lived or died. The fury that erupted from somewhere deep in Harry's chest was unlike anything he had ever experienced. Not the helpless rage that came from accepting injustice, but the clean, focused anger of someone who had finally understood exactly what had been stolen from him and refused to tolerate any more theft. "Let go of me," Harry had said, his voice dropping to a whisper that somehow carried more menace than any shout. Dudley, drunk on his own sense of power, had tightened his grip instead. "Make me freak. Make me let go with your weird, freaky powers that don't actually exist because you're just a pathetic little—" He never got to finish the sentence. The magical explosion that erupted from Harry was nothing like the gentle levitation he had been practicing in secret. This was raw, uncontrolled power, driven by years of suppressed fury and the devastating knowledge of how completely he had been betrayed. Light blazed from Harry's skin as every piece of crockery in the kitchen simultaneously shattered, sending fragments of ceramic flying in all directions. The windows blew outward with concussive force that shook the entire house, and Dudley, still gripping Harry's shirt, found himself thrown across the kitchen with enough violence to embed him in the opposite wall, where he hung for a moment like a grotesque piece of artwork, before sliding to the floor in stunned silence. The aftermath was profound and immediate. Harry stood in the center of the devastated kitchen, surrounded by the wreckage of 9 years of careful submission, breathing hard and feeling more alive than he ever had in his entire existence. Power coursed through his veins like molten metal, and for the first time in his life, he understood what it meant to be truly dangerous rather than merely inconvenient. Dudley lay crumpled against the wall, conscious but clearly dazed, his mouth opening and closing like a landed fish as he struggled to process what had just happened. Blood trickled from a cut on his forehead, where a ceramic fragment had grazed him. But he seemed more shocked than seriously injured. His piggy eyes were wide with something that might actually have been fear, an expression that Harry found deeply satisfying after years of being on the receiving end of his cousin's casual violence. The sound of running feet on the stairs indicated that Vernon and Petunia were responding to the chaos with characteristic speed. In moments, they would burst into the kitchen and discover that their carefully constructed world of control and manipulation had just suffered a catastrophic structural failure. Harry had perhaps 30 seconds to decide how to respond to the crisis he had just created. 30 seconds that would determine whether he spent the next several years in even worse captivity, or finally broke free from the prison that had defined his entire existence. His mother's letter had prepared him for this moment, though he hadn't expected it to arrive quite so dramatically. Emergency protocols, she had written, for situations when continued coexistence becomes impossible. Harry had memorized every word of those instructions, but implementing them required courage that he had only just discovered he possessed. The decision was remarkably easy once he stopped thinking of it as a decision. Harry Potter, the grateful victim who apologized for existing, would have tried to minimize the damage and accept whatever punishment the Dursleys deemed appropriate. But Harry Potter, the boy who had learned the truth about power and choice, had different priorities entirely. He stepped over Dudley's prone form and walked calmly to the utility closet, retrieving the small backpack he used for school and methodically filling it with supplies his mother had recommended for emergency situations. A change of clothes, basic toiletries, the small amount of money he had managed to save from occasional odd jobs in the neighborhood. Most importantly, he collected his mother's letter from its hiding place in his room, along with the few personal possessions that held genuine meaning for him. Vernon's roar of outrage echoed through the house as he discovered the kitchen devastation, followed immediately by Petunia's shriek of horror and disbelief. Their footsteps thundered up the stairs as they searched for Harry, their voices carrying promises of retribution that would have terrified him just days before, but now seemed merely irrelevant. Harry was already moving toward the front door when Vernon's massive frame appeared at the top of the staircase, his face purple with rage, and his hands clenched into fists that had delivered so much casual violence over the years. For a moment, uncle and nephew stared at each other across the hallway, and Harry could see the exact instant when Vernon realized that something fundamental had changed in their relationship. "You little freak," Vernon snarled, beginning his charge down the stairs with murderous intent. "What have you done to my house? What have you done to Dudley?" Harry could have run at that point. His head start would probably have been sufficient to get him out of the house and onto Privet Drive before Vernon could catch him. But running felt like accepting that he was still the victim in this relationship, and Harry had definitively moved beyond that stage of his development. Instead, he turned to face his uncle directly, meeting Vernon's eyes with a steady gaze that held none of the fear or submission that had characterized their previous interactions. The power that had devastated the kitchen still hummed in his veins, and Harry made no effort to suppress the visible signs of its presence. His hair moved in an unfelt breeze, and the air around him shimmered with barely contained energy that made Vernon's charge falter halfway down the staircase. "I'm leaving, Uncle Vernon," Harry said calmly, his voice carrying clearly through the house despite its conversational volume. "I won't be coming back. You can tell whoever asks that I ran away, or that I was kidnapped, or that I spontaneously combusted. I don't care what story you tell, as long as you understand that your authority over me is permanently finished." Vernon's face cycled through several different shades of purple as he struggled to process this unprecedented challenge to his dominance. The boy who had never talked back, never resisted, never shown anything but cowering compliance, was suddenly speaking to him as an equal. More than that, the boy was radiating a sense of barely controlled power that made Vernon's primitive hindbrain scream warnings about predators and immediate danger. "You can't leave," Vernon finally managed, though his voice lacked its usual confidence. "You're just a child. You have nowhere to go. You'll come crawling back within days, begging us to take you in, and when you do—" "I have plenty of places to go," Harry interrupted, and the quiet certainty in his voice cut through Vernon's bluster like a knife. "I have resources you don't know about, allies you've never met, and legal rights you've spent years violating. What I don't have anymore is any reason to pretend that your opinions matter to me." The front door opened with a gentle click that sounded unnaturally loud in the sudden silence. Harry stepped across the threshold and turned back for one final look at the house that had been his prison for 9 years. Vernon remained frozen on the staircase, his mouth hanging open as he tried to understand how his carefully maintained world had collapsed so completely. Petunia had appeared behind him, her face pale with shock and something that might have been genuine fear. "Goodbye," Harry said simply, and closed the door behind him with finality that echoed like a gunshot. The walk down Privet Drive felt surreal, like moving through a dream where familiar landmarks had been transformed into foreign territory. Harry had spent countless hours on this street, usually under careful supervision, or while running errands that served Dursley convenience rather than his own needs. But he had never walked these sidewalks as a free person, making independent choices about his own future. The sensation was intoxicating and terrifying in equal measure. Mrs. Figg was in her front garden, as she often was during morning hours, tending her flowers with the methodical attention that Harry now understood was actually surveillance disguised as hobby gardening. She looked up as he approached, and Harry saw the exact moment when she registered his backpack, his determined expression, and the complete absence of Dursley supervision. "Going somewhere, Harry dear?" she asked, her voice carefully modulated to sound like casual neighbourly interest rather than the intelligence gathering it actually represented. "Yes, Mrs. Figg," Harry replied pleasantly, not slowing his pace as he continued down the sidewalk. "I'm going home." The confusion that flickered across her face was deeply satisfying. Mrs. Figg had spent years cataloguing his behaviour and reporting on his development, but all her observations had been filtered through assumptions about his passivity and dependence. The possibility that he might take independent action, that he might possess resources and knowledge beyond her surveillance, had apparently never occurred to her. Harry left her standing in her garden, still clutching her watering can and trying to process the implications of what she had just witnessed. By the time she thought to contact her handlers, he would be far beyond the reach of anyone who still believed he was the helpless victim they had spent so much effort creating. The bus stop at the end of Privet Drive represented the edge of Harry's known world, the boundary between the prison that had defined his childhood and the larger universe that had always existed just beyond his reach. He had pocket money enough for transport to London, and his mother's letter had provided specific instructions for navigating the city once he arrived. More importantly, she had given him the knowledge necessary to access resources that would transform him from a runaway child into someone with genuine alternatives. The bus arrived with mechanical promptness, and Harry climbed aboard without looking back at the suburban landscape that had shaped so much of his suffering. The other passengers paid no attention to a small boy with a backpack who seemed to know exactly where he was going. To them, he was just another piece of London's endless human traffic, unremarkable and easily ignored. But Harry felt the weight of transformation settling around him like a cloak as the bus pulled away from Little Whinging. He was no longer the boy who lived under the stairs, grateful for whatever scraps of humanity the Dursleys chose to provide. He was no longer the victim of Dumbledore's manipulation, waiting passively for adults to determine his fate. He was Harry Potter, heir to ancient magic and forgotten fortunes, armed with knowledge and determination that would reshape everything that came after. The journey to London passed in a blur of anticipation and careful planning. Harry studied his mother's instructions repeatedly, memorizing street names and landmark references that would guide him to his first real taste of the wizarding world. The Leaky Cauldron, she had written, gateway between worlds and temporary sanctuary for those who knew how to ask for help properly. More importantly, she had provided him with passwords and protocols that would establish his identity and grant him access to services that had been deliberately concealed from him. The goblins of Gringotts Bank, according to his mother's letter, had their own reasons for disliking Dumbledore's interference in Potter family affairs. They might be willing to assist a young heir who approached them with the right combination of knowledge and legal authority. The bus deposited Harry in central London with minimal ceremony, leaving him standing on a crowded sidewalk with his backpack and his determination as his only companions. The city pressed around him with overwhelming intensity, a constant stream of people and vehicles and noise that made Little Whinging seem quaint by comparison. But Harry felt no fear, only excitement at finally being in a place where his choices mattered and his actions would have real consequences. Following his mother's careful directions, Harry made his way through streets that seemed to shift between modern commerce and ancient mystery with bewildering speed. Normal shops selling ordinary goods stood beside establishments that seemed to exist in different centuries, their windows displaying objects that hurt to look at directly, and signs written in languages that predated human civilization. The Leaky Cauldron itself was exactly what his mother had prepared him to expect, a building that seemed to actively resist observation by anyone not specifically looking for it. Harry had walked past its location 3 times before he finally managed to focus his attention long enough to see the weathered sign and grimy windows that marked the entrance to the wizarding world. The interior was dimly lit and crowded with patrons who looked like they had stepped out of history books, their robes and pointed hats creating an atmosphere of theatrical antiquity that made Harry feel like he had stumbled into a particularly elaborate costume party. But the magic in the air was undeniable, a constant background hum of power that made his skin tingle and his newly awakened abilities respond with eager recognition. The barkeeper was a man whose appearance suggested he had been ancient when the building was young, his bald head gleaming in the lamplight as he moved between customers with practiced efficiency. When Harry approached the bar, the man's eyes focused on him with the particular intensity that suggested recognition of something significant. "Excuse me," Harry said politely, using the formal tone his mother had recommended for initial contact with magical authorities. "I'm looking for someone who might be able to help me with banking matters. I believe I have business at Gringotts, but I'm not sure about the proper procedures for access." The barkeeper's expression shifted from polite attention to sharp interest as he took in Harry's appearance and manner. Something about the boy's bearing, or perhaps the way magic seemed to cling to him like visible mist, triggered recognition of possibilities that made the old man lean forward with sudden focus. "Banking matters, you say?" the barkeeper replied, his voice carrying the careful neutrality of someone who had learned to avoid assumptions about customer identity or intentions. "That's goblin territory, young master. Gringotts doesn't typically conduct business with unaccompanied minors, but they do make exceptions for special circumstances. Might I ask what sort of account you're hoping to access?" Harry reached into his backpack and withdrew one of the documents his mother had hidden with her letter, a piece of parchment that bore official seals and signatures that seemed to glow with their own inner light. He placed it carefully on the bar, where the barkeeper could examine it without actually taking possession. The man's reaction was immediate and dramatic. His eyes widened as he recognized the Potter family crest, and his entire demeanor shifted from casual helpfulness to something approaching reverence. He glanced around the tavern quickly, ensuring that their conversation wasn't being overheard, before leaning close enough to speak in confidential tones. "Well, well," he murmured, his voice filled with an emotion that Harry couldn't quite identify. "I think we can arrange appropriate transportation to Gringotts, young Master Potter. Under the circumstances, I believe speed and discretion would be advisable. There are those who might prefer that you remain unaware of your rights and resources, and it would be unfortunate if your visit were to be interrupted by well-meaning interference." The title felt strange on Harry's ears, but also right in ways that surprised him. For 9 years he had been nobody special, an unwanted burden whose continued existence was barely tolerated by those responsible for his welfare. Now he was being addressed with respect by someone who recognized his true identity and understood the significance of his presence. The walk through Diagon Alley to Gringotts Bank was a revelation that left Harry speechless with wonder and possibility. The magical shopping district sprawled around him, like a medieval marketplace transported through time, its narrow streets crowded with shops selling everything from dragon-hide gloves to self-stirring cauldrons. Witches and wizards moved through the crowds with casual confidence, their robes swirling around them as they conducted business that would have seemed impossible just hours before. But more than the spectacle of open magic, Harry was struck by the sense of belonging that settled over him like warm sunlight. These were his people, members of a community that had been deliberately hidden from him, but had always been his birthright. The magic that had made him a freak in the Dursley household was unremarkable here, just another tool for accomplishing daily tasks and solving practical problems. Gringotts Bank itself was a monument to wealth and power that dwarfed anything Harry had ever imagined. The white marble building stretched toward the sky with architectural confidence that spoke of centuries of financial dominance, its bronze doors gleaming in the afternoon sunlight like a promise of treasures beyond counting. But more impressive than the building's grandeur were the goblins who conducted its business, creatures whose sharp intelligence and predatory grace made it clear that they were nobody's servants, despite their role in managing wizard finances. The goblin who examined Harry's documentation did so with the methodical thoroughness that characterized all their professional interactions. But as he reviewed the Potter family seals and legal authorizations, his expression gradually shifted from routine skepticism to something approaching genuine surprise. "These documents are authentic," the goblin said finally, his voice carrying the grudging respect that his people reserved for properly prepared paperwork. "You are indeed the Potter heir, and you do have legal standing to access family accounts. However, I must inform you that there have been certain irregularities in the management of your inheritance that will require careful investigation before full access can be granted." "What sort of irregularities?" Harry asked, though his mother's warnings had prepared him for exactly this revelation. The goblin's smile was sharp enough to cut glass, the sort that typically occur when well-meaning guardians decide to manage resources on behalf of someone they consider too young or inexperienced to handle their own affairs. Nothing criminal, you understand, but certainly outside the bounds of normal fiduciary responsibility. We have been hoping for an opportunity to address these concerns with the account holder directly. Harry's transformation from victim to player in larger games was accelerating beyond his wildest dreams, but he felt ready for whatever came next. The power that had destroyed the Dursley kitchen still hummed in his veins, and the knowledge his mother had provided was proving more valuable than gold. He was no longer the boy who had lived under the stairs, and he was just beginning to understand what that meant for everyone who had built their plans around his continued powerlessness. The revolution that had begun with a hidden letter was entering its next phase, and Harry Potter intended to make sure it was a phase that nobody would forget. The marble halls of Gringotts Bank stretched before Harry like a cathedral dedicated to the worship of wealth and ancient power. Chandeliers hung from impossibly high ceilings, their crystal tiers catching light that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves rather than any conventional source. The floor beneath his feet was polished to mirror perfection, reflecting not just his small figure, but also the countless generations of witches and wizards who had walked these same paths in pursuit of their fortunes and destinies. But it was the goblins who truly commanded Harry's attention, their sharp features and predatory grace marking them as beings who had learned to thrive in a world where power and cunning determined survival. They moved through the bank with purposeful efficiency, their long fingers dancing across ledgers and their dark eyes missing nothing as they evaluated each customer's potential, worth, and threat level. These were not the subservient creatures that wizarding folklore sometimes portrayed, but apex predators who had chosen to express their dominance through financial mastery rather than physical violence. The goblin who had examined Harry's documentation, a distinguished figure whose nameplate identified him as Account Manager Ragnok, led him through increasingly secure sections of the bank with the measured pace of someone who understood that proper procedures were the foundation of lasting power. Their journey took them past public areas where ordinary wizards conducted routine transactions, through restricted corridors where more substantial business was managed, and finally into private consultation chambers where the bank's most sensitive matters were handled with appropriate discretion. The chamber where they finally settled was appointed with understated luxury that spoke of centuries of accumulated wealth, dark wood paneling, covered walls that displayed portraits of goblin ancestors whose expressions suggested they had been ruthless negotiators even by the standards of their naturally cunning species. The furniture was sized for human comfort, but designed with goblin aesthetics, creating an environment that was both welcoming and subtly intimidating. Ragnok settled behind his desk with the fluid grace that characterized all goblin movement, his dark eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that seemed to catalogue every detail of appearance and demeanor. For several moments they studied each other in silence, predator evaluating potential prey and trying to determine who represented the greater threat to established order. "Mr. Potter," Ragnok said finally, his voice carrying the precise articulation that made every goblin statement sound like a formal pronouncement. "Before we discuss the specifics of your family accounts, I believe it would be beneficial to establish exactly what you understand about your current situation. Knowledge, as we goblins say, is the foundation upon which all successful ventures are built." Harry had been preparing for this moment since reading his mother's letter, but sitting in the heart of goblin power, while being evaluated by beings whose intelligence was legendary, made him acutely aware of how much his success depended on presenting himself as someone worth taking seriously, despite his youth and inexperience. "I understand that my parents established accounts and arrangements that were meant to provide for my welfare and education," Harry said carefully, using the formal tone that seemed appropriate for the setting. "I also understand that those arrangements have been managed by others during my minority, and that some of the decisions made on my behalf may not have served my best interests." Ragnar's expression shifted almost imperceptibly, but Harry caught the flicker of approval that suggested his response had been judged adequate for initial discussion. The goblin reached into his desk and withdrew a leather portfolio that bore the Potter family crest, its brass fittings gleaming with the particular luster that spoke of both age and careful maintenance. "Your understanding is diplomatically phrased but essentially correct," Ragnar said, opening the portfolio to reveal documents that made Harry's breath catch in his throat. "Your parents were indeed thoughtful in their financial planning, establishing not only immediate care provisions, but also long-term growth strategies that should have ensured your comfortable independence by the time you reached majority. However, the implementation of those plans has been subject to interpretations that favor certain parties over others." The first document Ragnar displayed was a summary of account balances that made Harry's eyes widen with disbelief. Even allowing for his complete ignorance of wizarding financial standards, the numbers seemed impossibly large. Not just enough money to live comfortably, but enough to fund major enterprises, to purchase property, to exercise the kind of economic influence that translated directly into political power. "This is my inheritance?" Harry asked, his voice barely above a whisper as he tried to process the implications of such wealth. "This represents approximately 40% of your liquid inheritance," Ragnar replied, with the casual precision that made his words hit like physical blows. "The remainder has been placed in various investment vehicles and trust arrangements that were ostensibly designed to maximize growth, but actually serve to limit your access to capital during your minority years." Harry stared at the numbers until they began to blur, his mind struggling to reconcile this revelation with everything he had been told about his circumstances. The Dursleys had always complained about the expense of keeping him, had made every meal and piece of clothing feel like charity grudgingly provided to an ungrateful dependent. The idea that he had always possessed resources that dwarfed their entire household income was almost impossible to accept. "Who authorized these arrangements?" Harry asked, though his mother's letter had already provided most of the answer he expected to receive. "Albus Dumbledore, in his capacity as chief warlock of the Wizengamot," Ragnar said, his tone carrying the particular neutrality that goblins employed when discussing subjects that required diplomatic care. "He presented documentation establishing himself as the executor of your parents' estate and the guardian of your interests until you reach majority or demonstrate sufficient maturity to manage your own affairs." The precision of that language made Harry pause. Demonstrate sufficient maturity was not the same as reaching a specific age, which suggested that his access to his inheritance might be contingent on factors other than the passage of time. More importantly, it implied that someone would need to evaluate his maturity, and that someone was almost certainly Dumbledore himself. "What would constitute sufficient maturity in the bank's estimation?" Harry asked, beginning to understand that goblin definitions might differ significantly from wizarding assumptions. Ragnar's smile was sharp enough to cut diamond. "An excellent question, Mr. Potter. Gringotts has its own standards for evaluating financial competency, standards that focus on practical understanding rather than arbitrary age requirements. We have found that some individuals demonstrate remarkable fiscal responsibility at quite young ages, while others remain financially incompetent well into their senior years." The implication was clear, and Harry felt a surge of hope that surprised him with its intensity. If goblin standards differed from wizarding traditions, he might be able to access at least some of his resources much sooner than Dumbledore had intended. More importantly, the goblins seemed to have their own reasons for questioning the arrangements that had been made on his behalf. "I would very much like to understand your standards and work toward meeting them," Harry said, leaning forward in his chair with the kind of focused attention that suggested genuine interest rather than polite obligation. Ragnar's approval was evident in the way his posture shifted toward something approaching partnership rather than customer service. "Very good. Then let us begin with a comprehensive review of your current situation, including both the assets that should be available to you and the obstacles that currently prevent your access to them." The education that followed was unlike anything Harry had ever experienced, a detailed exploration of magical finance that revealed layers of complexity he hadn't imagined existed. Ragnok explained how wizarding inheritances typically functioned, the legal frameworks that governed estate management, and the specific provisions that his parents had included to protect his interests. More importantly, the goblin detailed exactly how those protections had been circumvented by creative interpretations that served Dumbledore's preferences rather than Harry's welfare. The most damaging revelation was the systematic diversion of funds that should have been used for Harry's upbringing and education. Instead of providing the Dursleys with adequate compensation for his care, Dumbledore had allowed them to believe that Harry's presence was a financial burden while redirecting the allocated funds toward projects and organizations that served his own political agenda. The money that should have ensured Harry's comfort and proper treatment had instead been used to fund Dumbledore's various charitable enterprises and research initiatives. Even more troubling was the discovery that Harry's magical education had been deliberately impoverished through financial manipulation. The Potter family had established generous provisions for tutoring, advanced instruction, and access to private libraries that would have provided him with a comprehensive magical education years before his Hogwarts admission. Instead, those funds had been redirected toward Hogwarts itself, ostensibly as donations to improve the school's facilities, but actually as payments for services that ensured Harry would remain ignorant of his options until Dumbledore chose to reveal them. The pattern that emerged was one of systematic isolation, designed to ensure Harry's dependence on Dumbledore's guidance when he finally entered the wizarding world. By keeping him ignorant of his resources, his options, and his rights, Dumbledore had positioned himself as the primary authority figure in Harry's life, the wise mentor whose advice would seem like salvation compared to the neglect and abuse that had characterized his childhood. But perhaps most disturbing was the revelation that Harry's placement with the Dursleys had been far more expensive than anyone realized. The magical protections that Dumbledore claimed were essential for Harry's safety required ongoing maintenance and monitoring that had consumed enormous amounts of both money and magical resources. The blood protection that supposedly justified his suffering had cost more to maintain than it would have cost to provide him with a platoon of professional bodyguards and a private fortress. This suggests that the protection was chosen not for its effectiveness, but for its other advantages, Ragnok observed with the kind of clinical detachment that made uncomfortable truths easier to bear. Keeping you isolated, uninformed, and dependent served multiple purposes beyond simple security considerations. Harry absorbed this information with growing anger and determination. Each new revelation about the scope of Dumbledore's manipulation strengthened his resolve to break free from arrangements that had never served his interests. But anger alone would not be sufficient to challenge someone with Dumbledore's resources and reputation. He would need allies, and he was beginning to understand that the goblins might represent his best opportunity to find them. "What options do I have for challenging these arrangements?" Harry asked, moving from information gathering to strategic planning with the kind of focus that impressed Ragnok, despite his youth. "Several possibilities exist," Ragnok replied, spreading additional documents across his desk with practiced efficiency. "First, we can petition for an immediate financial competency evaluation, which would allow you to access graduated portions of your inheritance based on demonstrated understanding of fiscal responsibility. Second, we can challenge the legal basis for some of the more questionable diversions of funds, particularly those that seem to exceed the scope of legitimate estate management. Third, we can explore emancipation procedures that would establish your independence from Dumbledore's guardianship entirely. Each option carried its own risks and complications, but they represented genuine alternatives to continued victimization. More importantly, they would be conducted according to goblin law and tradition, which operated independently from wizarding political structures. Even Dumbledore's considerable influence would be limited in forums where goblin autonomy was paramount and financial competency was valued above political connections. The process of establishing Harry's financial understanding began immediately, with Ragnok presenting scenarios and questions that tested both his practical knowledge and his judgment about complex decisions. The goblin was clearly surprised by Harry's sophisticated grasp of concepts that most wizarding children never encountered. But Harry's education in survival and careful observation had provided him with skills that translated surprisingly well to financial analysis. More importantly, Harry's recent experiences with manipulation and control had given him an intuitive understanding of how power operated in complex systems. He could see how different financial decisions would create dependencies or eliminate options, how current choices would constrain future possibilities, and how apparent generosity often concealed underlying control mechanisms. The same instincts that had helped him navigate Dursley household politics proved remarkably applicable to magical finance. As the evaluation continued, Harry found himself genuinely excited by the intellectual challenge of understanding systems that were far more sophisticated than anything he had previously encountered. The complexity was daunting, but it was also liberating in ways he hadn't expected. Each new concept mastered was a step toward genuine independence, a tool that could be used to build the kind of life he actually wanted, rather than accepting whatever others chose to provide. The breakthrough came when Ragnok presented a particularly complex scenario involving international trade regulations and currency exchange protocols. Harry's solution was both creative and practical, demonstrating not just understanding of the underlying principles, but also the kind of strategic thinking that suggested genuine aptitude for advanced financial management. "Impressive," Ragnok said, his tone carrying genuine respect that hadn't been present at the beginning of their session. "You demonstrate understanding that exceeds many adult wizards with years of experience in these matters. I believe we can recommend immediate access to operational funds that will allow you to begin exercising practical independence." The specific amounts were generous without being overwhelming, enough to establish proper living arrangements and begin his magical education while ensuring that he would need to demonstrate continued growth and responsibility to access larger portions of his inheritance. More importantly, the funds would be managed through goblin protocols that were independent of wizarding oversight, ensuring that Dumbledore could not simply revoke access when he discovered Harry's new status. But financial independence was only the foundation for the larger challenges that lay ahead. Harry would still need safe housing, proper magical education, and allies who could help him navigate the political complexities that would inevitably arise when Dumbledore discovered that his carefully constructed plans had been disrupted. Fortunately, Ragnok and his colleagues had anticipated these needs and had prepared solutions that drew on resources within the magical community that existed outside Dumbledore's sphere of influence. The goblin reached into another drawer of his desk and withdrew a leather journal that felt warm to the touch, its pages filled with script that seemed to shift and flow like living ink. "This is a directory of individuals and organizations within the magical community who have their own reasons for questioning some of the conventional wisdom about how certain matters should be handled. Not opponents of legitimate authority, you understand, but people who believe in the importance of informed choice and personal autonomy." Harry accepted the journal with reverence appropriate to receiving such a valuable resource. The names and addresses contained within represented potential allies, mentors, and service providers who might be willing to assist someone seeking alternatives to standard arrangements. More importantly, they were people who had already demonstrated independence of thought and action in contexts where conformity was typically expected. The first priority was establishing secure housing that would be both safe and conducive to serious magical study. Ragnok had identified several options that ranged from private apartments with appropriate security enchantments to small properties that could provide both residence and workspace for magical experimentation. All were available for immediate occupancy and had been prepared specifically for clients who required discretion and independence. The second priority was arranging proper magical education that would compensate for years of deliberate neglect. Private tutors were available who specialized in accelerated instruction for students who had been denied conventional educational opportunities. These instructors operated independently from Hogwarts and similar institutions, providing customized curriculum that could be adapted to individual needs and interests rather than standardized requirements. Most intriguingly, Ragnok mentioned connections with international magical communities that maintained different approaches to magical education and child welfare. These alternatives might provide Harry with options that simply didn't exist within British wizarding society, opportunities to develop his abilities and understanding within frameworks that prioritized individual growth over institutional control. As their consultation drew toward conclusion, Harry felt transformation settling around him like a new set of robes. He was no longer the powerless victim who had fled Privet Drive that morning, but someone with genuine resources and real alternatives. The knowledge was intoxicating, but also sobering, because it came with responsibilities that would require careful attention to avoid catastrophic mistakes. "One final matter requires discussion," Ragnok said, his expression becoming more serious than it had been throughout their previous exchanges. "The gentleman who arranged your current circumstances will not react favorably to discovering that his plans have been altered without his consultation. It would be advisable to establish your new arrangements quickly and thoroughly before he has opportunities to implement countermeasures." Harry nodded grimly. His mother's letter had warned him that Dumbledore would not simply accept the loss of control over someone he considered essential to his larger plans. The old wizard possessed resources and influence that could make Harry's life extremely difficult if he chose to exercise them aggressively. Speed and thoroughness would indeed be essential to prevent his newfound freedom from being revoked before it could be properly established. The afternoon was well advanced by the time Harry emerged from Gringotts, his head spinning with new knowledge and his pockets containing financial instruments that represented more independence than he had ever imagined possible. The bank had provided him with immediate access to operational funds, temporary lodging in a secure apartment above a magical bookshop, and contact information for tutors who could begin his proper magical education within days. More importantly, they had given him something that money couldn't purchase: the knowledge that he was not alone in questioning the arrangements that had shaped his life. The magical community contained individuals and organizations who valued personal autonomy over institutional control, who believed that children deserved choices about their own futures rather than having their destinies determined by adults who claimed superior wisdom. The apartment that had been arranged for him was located in a narrow alley that connected Diagon Alley to the broader magical district of London, accessible through a discreet entrance that required specific knowledge to locate. The building itself was ancient but well-maintained, its apartments providing secure housing for individuals who needed privacy and independence more than luxury or status. Harry's flat was modest but complete, furnished with everything necessary for comfortable living while providing workspace for magical study and experimentation. The previous tenant had been a researcher who had left behind an extensive library of magical texts, and the current enchantments provided both security and privacy that would allow Harry to develop his abilities without external observation. Standing in his own space for the first time in his life, Harry felt emotions that threatened to overwhelm his carefully maintained composure. Freedom was more complex than he had anticipated, carrying responsibilities and possibilities that were both exciting and terrifying. But it was his freedom, earned through courage and intelligence, rather than granted as charity by those who expected gratitude and obedience in return. The revolution that had begun with a hidden letter had advanced to a new stage, but Harry understood that the most challenging phases still lay ahead. Dumbledore would eventually discover his escape and attempt to reassert control through whatever means he deemed necessary. The wizarding community would need to be convinced that Harry's independence served broader interests rather than threatening established order, and Harry himself would need to prove that his newfound freedom could be used constructively rather than destructively. But for the first time since discovering his mother's letter, Harry felt genuinely optimistic about his ability to meet those challenges successfully. He was no longer fighting alone against impossible odds, but working with allies who shared his commitment to choice and autonomy. The goblins had provided him with tools and resources that could compete with anything Dumbledore might deploy against him. Most importantly, he was finally operating from a position of informed strength rather than ignorant victimhood. The boy who had lived under the stairs was truly gone now, replaced by someone who understood power and intended to use it wisely. Harry Potter was ready to discover exactly what that transformation would mean for everyone whose plans had depended on his continued compliance with their vision of his proper place in the world. The morning sun filtered through the enchanted windows of Harry's new apartment, casting patterns of light that shifted and danced with their own mysterious rhythm. 3 days had passed since his escape from Privet Drive, 3 days that had transformed his understanding of what was possible when someone possessed both freedom and resources. The apartment above Flourish and Blots had become more than temporary shelter. It was the first space in his life that truly belonged to him, where every decision about how to spend his time served his own interests rather than someone else's agenda. Harry stood at the window overlooking Diagon Alley, watching the early morning bustle as shop owners prepared for another day of magical commerce. The sight still filled him with wonder, but it was no longer the overwhelming amazement of a complete stranger to this world. In just 3 days, he had begun to develop the kind of familiarity that came from belonging rather than merely visiting. The magical community was becoming his community, and that transformation felt like coming home after a lifetime of exile. But home came with complications that Harry was only beginning to understand. The previous evening, Ragnarok had sent an encrypted message through the Goblin communication network that had fundamentally altered Harry's perception of his situation. What Harry had initially seen as a personal escape from abuse was actually part of a much larger pattern of institutional manipulation that affected dozens of magical families across Britain. The message had been brief but devastating in its implications. Word was spreading through certain circles about Harry Potter's sudden independence and the revelations about his financial exploitation. Other families who had suffered under Dumbledore's well-intentioned guidance were beginning to ask uncomfortable questions about their own experiences. Parents who had lost children to noble causes were wondering whether those causes had truly been as noble as they had been led to believe. Survivors of various conflicts were questioning whether the prices they had paid had been necessary or merely convenient for those making strategic decisions. A revolution was brewing in the wizarding world, and Harry was rapidly becoming its symbolic center, whether he wanted that responsibility or not. The knock on his apartment door came precisely at 9 o'clock, the punctuality suggesting someone who understood that Harry's time was valuable and shouldn't be wasted on social pleasantries. Harry opened the door to find a woman whose appearance immediately commanded both attention and respect. Her silver hair swept back in an elegant style that emphasized the sharp intelligence in her dark eyes. She wore robes that suggested wealth and status, but more importantly, she carried herself with the kind of confidence that came from never having to doubt her own competence or worth. "Mr. Potter," she said, her voice carrying the precise articulation that marked her as someone accustomed to being heard and heeded. "I am Narcissa Malfoy, and I believe we have much to discuss about recent developments that affect both your interests and mine." The name Malfoy meant nothing to Harry, but the woman's bearing and the careful formality of her introduction suggested that this was someone significant within magical society. More importantly, her presence in his apartment indicated that his attempts at maintaining secrecy about his location had been less successful than he had hoped. "Please come in, Mrs. Malfoy," Harry said, stepping aside to allow her entry, while quickly evaluating what her unexpected visit might mean for his security and plans. Narcissa moved through his small apartment with the fluid grace of someone who was equally comfortable in palaces and peasant cottages, her eyes taking in details that would allow her to form accurate assessments about his resources and situation. When she settled into the single comfortable chair that dominated his modest sitting area, she did so with the kind of territorial confidence that suggested she was prepared to stay as long as necessary to accomplish her objectives. "I imagine you are wondering how I located you, and why I have chosen to make contact," Narcissa said, crossing her legs with elegant precision, and fixing Harry with a stare that seemed designed to evaluate his character and potential. "The answers to both questions relate to a network of individuals who have recently become very interested in your remarkable transformation from victim to independent agent." Harry settled onto his sofa, maintaining the kind of alert posture that would allow him to respond quickly if this conversation took an unexpected turn. His magical abilities had grown stronger and more controlled over the past 3 days, but he was still far from capable of defending himself against someone with Narcissa's obvious sophistication and experience. "What kind of network?" Harry asked, keeping his voice neutral while his mind raced through possible implications of organized attention to his activities. Narcissa's smile was sharp enough to cut crystal, but it carried warmth that suggested genuine approval rather than predatory satisfaction. "The kind of network that forms when people who have been manipulated by the same individual finally begin to communicate with each other about their shared experiences. You have become something of a catalyst, Mr. Potter, for conversations that should have happened years ago, but were prevented by careful isolation and strategic misdirection." She reached into her robes and withdrew a leather portfolio that was clearly expensive, but showed signs of frequent use, its edges worn smooth by handling and its clasps bearing the patina that came from years of opening and closing. The documents inside were arranged with the kind of meticulous organization that suggested someone who treated information as both weapon and shield in complex political battles. "Allow me to share some context that will help you understand why your recent actions have attracted such intense interest from certain quarters," Narcissa said, spreading papers across Harry's small table with practiced efficiency. "Your escape from Privet Drive and subsequent financial independence represent the first successful challenge to Albus Dumbledore's authority over a Potter family member in more than a decade. That precedent has implications that extend far beyond your personal situation." The first document she displayed was a family tree that traced magical bloodlines across several generations, showing connections and relationships that formed a web of mutual obligation and shared interest. Harry's eyes widened as he recognized names from his mother's letter, families that had offered to provide him with loving homes and had been rejected in favor of his placement with the Dursleys. Each of these families, Narcissa explained, her finger tracing lines that connected dozens of different surnames, experienced some form of interference from Dumbledore during critical moments in their histories. Children removed from loving homes for their own protection, marriages discouraged for strategic reasons, career opportunities redirected to serve larger purposes that were never adequately explained. The pattern becomes clear only when viewed comprehensively rather than as isolated incidents. Harry studied the documentation with growing amazement and horror. The scope of manipulation was staggering, affecting not just individual families, but entire generations of magical society. Dumbledore had apparently positioned himself as the ultimate authority on what was best for everyone else's children, and his recommendations had been followed with religious devotion by people who trusted his wisdom and moral authority. "Why are you showing me this?" Harry asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer and wasn't sure he was prepared for the responsibility it implied. "Because you represent proof that his authority is not absolute, and his decisions are not beyond challenge," Narcissa replied with the kind of directness that suggested she had moved beyond diplomatic niceties to serious strategic planning. "Your successful escape and the revelations about your financial exploitation have provided us with concrete evidence that can be used to question other decisions that have affected our families. More importantly, your actions have demonstrated that resistance is possible even for someone who was supposedly under the most complete control." The implications were both exhilarating and terrifying. Harry had sought only personal freedom, But his success was apparently inspiring others to question their own acceptance of situations they had been told were necessary for greater good. He was becoming the center of a movement that could fundamentally reshape magical society's relationship with its most influential leaders. But movements required more than symbolic inspiration. They needed organization, resources, and strategic planning that could compete with the considerable advantages possessed by those who controlled established institutions. More challenging still, they needed to demonstrate that alternatives to current arrangements would actually serve everyone's interests, rather than simply replacing one form of manipulation with another. "What exactly are you proposing?" Harry asked, leaning forward with the kind of focused attention that suggested he was prepared to take this conversation seriously, despite his youth and inexperience. Narcissa's expression shifted to something that might have been maternal pride, though Harry suspected she was responding to his potential rather than any emotional attachment to his welfare. An alliance of families who have been affected by these patterns of manipulation, working together to establish systems that prioritize individual choice over institutional convenience. Not revolution in the dramatic sense, but systematic reform that ensures future generations will have genuine alternatives to arrangements that serve other people's agendas. The vision she outlined was sophisticated and comprehensive, drawing on resources and expertise that spanned multiple areas of magical society. Wealthy families could provide financial support for independent educational alternatives. Legal experts could challenge the regulatory frameworks that enabled systematic manipulation. Political figures could introduce legislation that required meaningful consent for decisions affecting other people's children. International connections could provide oversight and accountability that transcended national boundaries. Most importantly, the network could provide mutual support for families who chose to resist pressure to conform to expectations that didn't serve their own interests. Strength in numbers would make it much more difficult for even someone with Dumbledore's influence to isolate and manipulate individual families the way he had been doing for decades. Harry found himself genuinely excited by the possibilities Narcissa was describing, but his recent education in manipulation made him cautious about accepting any offer that seemed too good to be true. The woman sitting in his apartment was clearly sophisticated and intelligent, but he had no way of knowing whether her proposed alliance would actually serve his interests or simply replace Dumbledore's control with a different form of institutional manipulation. "What would be expected of me in this alliance?" Harry asked, using the kind of direct questioning that he hoped would reveal any hidden agendas before he committed to anything that might compromise his hard-won independence. Narcissa's approval was evident in the way her posture relaxed slightly, suggesting that she had been prepared for exactly this kind of skeptical evaluation and found it encouraging rather than offensive. Primarily, you would serve as living proof that resistance to these arrangements is possible and beneficial. Your continued thriving as an independent agent would demonstrate that children can make good decisions about their own lives when provided with proper information and support. Beyond that symbolic role, you would participate in planning and decision-making as your knowledge and experience develop. The offer was tempting, but Harry needed to understand more about the specific individuals who would be involved before making any commitments that would affect his future options. His mother's letter had warned him about the dangers of trusting too quickly, and his recent experiences had reinforced the importance of maintaining independent judgment about potential allies. "Who else is involved in this network?" Harry asked, continuing his careful evaluation of opportunities and risks. Narcissa's smile suggested that this question was also expected and welcome. She withdrew another document from her portfolio, this one containing names and brief descriptions of individuals who had already expressed interest in coordinated action. The list was impressive in both its scope and its respectability, including families whose names Harry recognized even with his limited knowledge of magical society. The Longbottoms had lost a son to Voldemort's forces, but were beginning to question whether Frank's assignment to the mission that resulted in his capture had been strategically necessary or simply convenient for someone who needed to demonstrate resolve without risking more politically connected individuals. The Weasleys had sacrificed considerably for various causes, but were starting to wonder whether their contributions had been proportional to their resources rather than their actual capacity to help. Most intriguingly, several families had children who were currently students at Hogwarts and were reporting educational experiences that seemed designed more to maintain institutional control than to develop individual potential. Parents were beginning to compare notes about curriculum limitations, disciplinary policies, and career counseling that consistently directed students toward choices that served institutional needs rather than personal interests. The pattern that emerged was one of systematic conditioning that began in childhood and continued throughout magical education, creating adults who automatically deferred to authority figures and rarely questioned decisions made on their behalf. Breaking that pattern would require alternatives that demonstrated the value of independent thinking and personal autonomy. This is where your situation becomes particularly valuable to our broader objectives, Narcissa explained, her eyes bright with the kind of strategic enthusiasm that suggested she was genuinely excited by the possibilities they were discussing. You represent proof that proper education and support can produce remarkably capable individuals in far less time than traditional methods require. Your rapid mastery of financial concepts and magical theory demonstrates what children can accomplish when they are treated as intelligent individuals rather than empty vessels waiting to be filled with approved knowledge. Harry had indeed been surprised by how quickly he was absorbing complex information when it was presented clearly and related to his own interests rather than arbitrary curriculum requirements. The tutors arranged by the goblins had been impressed by his ability to grasp advanced concepts that typically required years of foundational work to understand. It was as if his mind had been waiting for opportunities to develop capabilities that had been systematically suppressed during his time with the Dursleys. The acceleration of his learning was particularly evident in magical theory and practical applications. Without the artificial limitations imposed by age-appropriate instruction, Harry was discovering that he could understand and perform magic that was supposedly beyond his developmental level. The careful practice sessions in his apartment had revealed capabilities that suggested his magical potential was far greater than anyone had anticipated. "What kind of educational alternatives are you envisioning?" Harry asked, beginning to see how his personal interests might align with broader objectives that could benefit many other children. Narcissa's response revealed planning that was both comprehensive and sophisticated. Independent schools that prioritized individual development over institutional conformity. Tutorial networks that could provide customized instruction based on student interests and capabilities rather than standardized curriculum requirements. International exchange programs that would expose young witches and wizards to different approaches to magical education and social organization. Most importantly, assessment systems that measured actual competency rather than compliance with arbitrary requirements. Children who demonstrated genuine understanding and capability would be allowed to advance regardless of age or social expectations. Educational resources would be allocated based on student potential rather than political considerations. The vision was compelling, but Harry understood that implementing such alternatives would require challenging established institutions that had powerful incentives to maintain current arrangements. Hogwarts, the Ministry of Magic, and various professional organizations all benefited from systems that produced graduates who were well trained to follow directions rather than think independently. "How do you plan to overcome institutional resistance?" Harry asked, moving from theoretical interest to practical concerns about implementation. "By demonstrating that our alternatives produce superior results," Narcissa replied with confidence that suggested she had already given considerable thought to potential obstacles. When parents see children thriving in environments that respect their individual potential, when employers recognize graduates who can think creatively rather than just follow established procedures, when international partners prefer to work with individuals who understand global perspectives rather than insular traditions, the advantages of our approach will become impossible to ignore. Moreover, the network would provide mutual support that could withstand pressure from individuals or institutions that preferred to maintain current arrangements. Financial resources, legal expertise, political connections, and international relationships would combine to create alternatives that could compete effectively with anything established institutions might offer. The conversation continued through the morning hours, with Narcissa providing detailed information about specific individuals, resources, and strategies that would support the kind of systematic reform they were envisioning. Harry found himself increasingly convinced that joining this alliance would serve both his personal interests and broader objectives that aligned with his values about choice and individual autonomy. But more than intellectual conviction, Harry felt emotional resonance with the vision Narcissa was presenting. The idea that his suffering might serve some larger purpose, that his escape might help other children avoid similar victimization, transformed his personal rebellion into something approaching a moral crusade. The possibility of building systems that would protect future generations from the kind of manipulation he had experienced was worth considerable personal risk and effort. By the time Narcissa rose to leave, Harry had committed to joining the alliance with the understanding that his participation would begin gradually and increase as his knowledge and capabilities developed. The immediate priorities would be continuing his education, establishing himself as a credible example of successful independence, and building relationships with other network members who could provide guidance and support. The departure felt like the conclusion of one phase of his development and the beginning of another. Harry was no longer just a boy who had escaped an abusive situation, but someone with genuine responsibilities to other people who were depending on his continued success. The knowledge was sobering, but it was also energizing in ways that surprised him with their intensity. That afternoon brought visitors whose significance Harry was only beginning to understand. Augusta Longbottom arrived with her grandson, Neville, a boy roughly Harry's own age, whose shy demeanor suggested experiences that had taught him to expect disappointment rather than encouragement. The elderly woman's stern expression and military bearing marked her as someone who had learned to navigate challenging circumstances through strength and determination rather than diplomacy and compromise. "Mr. Potter," Augusta said without preamble, settling into Harry's chair with the kind of territorial confidence that suggested she was accustomed to taking charge of situations, regardless of whose space she was occupying. "I understand you have been having conversations about matters that affect the welfare of magical children. Neville and I have our own perspectives on these subjects that might prove relevant to your considerations." The story that emerged was both heartbreaking and infuriating. Neville's parents had been tortured into insanity by Death Eaters, but the circumstances that led to their capture suggested strategic decisions that prioritized symbolic impact over practical effectiveness. Frank and Alice Longbottom had been assigned to a mission that was supposed to demonstrate resolve and commitment, but the intelligence supporting that mission had been questionable at best, and the backup support had been inadequate for the risks involved. More troubling still was Neville's subsequent educational experience at Hogwarts, where his difficulties with certain subjects had been treated as evidence of limited capability rather than signs that he needed different instructional approaches. Instead of providing alternative methods that might help him succeed, his professors had simply lowered their expectations and directed him toward career paths that required minimal magical ability. The parallel to Harry's own experience was unmistakable. Both boys had been systematically underestimated and directed toward futures that served institutional convenience rather than their own potential. The difference was that Harry had discovered alternatives before accepting limitations as permanent, while Neville was still struggling within systems that were designed to manage rather than develop his capabilities. But when Harry engaged Neville in conversation about subjects that interested him rather than areas where he had been told he was deficient, a very different picture emerged. The boy possessed detailed knowledge about magical plants and their properties that exceeded what many adult herbologists understood. His observations about magical creatures were sophisticated and insightful. Most importantly, when he felt safe and supported, he demonstrated the kind of creative thinking that suggested considerable untapped potential. Within an hour, Harry found himself genuinely excited by Neville's capabilities and frustrated by the institutional failures that had prevented their development. Here was living proof that the current educational system was failing children whose learning styles didn't match conventional expectations. More than that, Neville represented an opportunity to demonstrate what proper support and encouragement could accomplish even after years of systematic discouragement. The alliance was growing, but more than that, it was developing the kind of personal connections that transformed abstract principles into genuine commitment. Harry was no longer just fighting for his own freedom, but working to create opportunities for people he was beginning to care about. The transformation from victim to advocate felt natural and inevitable, as if this had always been his intended destination, and everything else had been preparation for this moment. As evening approached and his visitors departed, Harry stood again at his window overlooking Diagon Alley. But now he saw it through different eyes. This was no longer just a magical marketplace where he had found refuge from abuse, but the center of a community that he was helping to reshape. The revolution that had begun with his mother's letter was expanding into something that could affect the lives of countless magical children for generations to come. The responsibility was enormous, but Harry felt ready to bear it. He was no longer the powerless victim who had lived under the stairs, but someone with knowledge, resources, and allies who shared his commitment to choice and individual dignity. The boy who lived had become the boy who chose to fight, and that choice was going to change everything that came after. The morning of Harry's first formal magical assessment dawned crisp and clear, the kind of perfect autumn day that seemed designed to mark significant transitions. 2 weeks had passed since his initial meeting with Narcissa Malfoy and the expansion of his alliance network, 2 weeks filled with intensive study and careful preparation for evaluations that would determine his educational trajectory and legal standing within the magical community. Harry stood before the enchanted mirror in his apartment, adjusting robes that had been tailored specifically for him rather than inherited from someone else's cast-offs. The transformation was more than cosmetic. For the first time in his life, he looked like someone who belonged in whatever space he chose to occupy, someone whose presence would be welcomed rather than merely tolerated. The confidence that came from proper attire was remarkable, though Harry suspected the real change was internal rather than external. The assessment would be conducted by a panel of experts who operated independently from both Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic, specialists whose reputations were built on objective evaluation rather than political considerations. Narcissa had arranged the testing through her network of contacts, ensuring that Harry's abilities would be measured fairly rather than filtered through assumptions about what someone his age should be capable of achieving. But the assessment represented more than personal advancement. Harry's performance would provide crucial evidence for the broader reform movement that was gaining momentum throughout magical Britain. If he could demonstrate capabilities that exceeded conventional expectations, his success would support arguments for educational alternatives that prioritized individual potential over standardized limitations. Failure, however, would undermine everything the Alliance was trying to accomplish and potentially expose their members to retaliation from those who preferred existing arrangements. The pressure was considerable, but Harry felt more excitement than anxiety as he prepared for the day ahead. His recent education had revealed capabilities he hadn't known he possessed, talents that flourished when given proper instruction and encouragement. The tutors arranged by the Goblin Network had been consistently impressed by his rapid progress and sophisticated understanding of concepts that typically required years of foundational work to master. The testing facility was located in a section of magical London that Harry hadn't previously explored, a district where ancient buildings housed organizations that predated most government institutions. The architecture suggested centuries of accumulated knowledge and tradition, but also adaptation and evolution rather than rigid adherence to outdated practices. These were people who respected history while remaining open to innovation and improvement. Professor Helena Ravenclaw, the lead assessor, was a woman whose very presence commanded intellectual respect. Descendant of one of Hogwarts's founders, but notably independent from the school's current administration, she possessed the kind of scholarly authority that transcended political considerations. Her evaluation would carry weight throughout the magical community, precisely because she had never allowed institutional loyalties to compromise her professional integrity. "Mr. Potter," she said, as Harry entered the assessment chamber, her voice carrying the particular precision that marked her as someone who chose words carefully and expected others to do likewise. "We are here today to evaluate your current capabilities and potential for advanced study. These assessments will be comprehensive and challenging, designed to reveal both strengths and areas requiring development. Are you prepared to demonstrate your best efforts across multiple domains of magical knowledge?" "Yes, Professor Ravenclaw," Harry replied, maintaining the formal tone that seemed appropriate for such significant proceedings. "I understand this evaluation will determine my educational options and legal standing. I'm ready to show what I've learned and what I'm capable of achieving." The first phase of testing focused on theoretical knowledge, examining Harry's understanding of magical principles that formed the foundation for all advanced study. The questions were sophisticated and often required him to synthesize information from multiple sources, demonstrating not just memorization, but genuine comprehension of underlying concepts. Harry found himself genuinely enjoying the intellectual challenge, particularly when questions required creative thinking rather than simple recall of established facts. His recent education had emphasized understanding why magical principles worked rather than simply memorizing how they were supposed to be applied. This approach proved invaluable when faced with scenarios that required adaptation and innovation rather than strict adherence to conventional methods. The theoretical examination revealed capabilities that surprised even Harry himself. Concepts that he had studied for only weeks were apparently understood at levels that typically required years of development. His ability to see connections between different areas of magical knowledge allowed him to solve problems that might stump students with more extensive but narrowly focused education. More importantly, Professor Ravenclaw seemed genuinely impressed by the sophistication of his responses and the depth of his analytical thinking. Her questions became increasingly challenging as the session progressed. But Harry found that each new level of difficulty revealed additional capabilities rather than exposing limitations. "Remarkable," Professor Ravenclaw murmured as she reviewed his written responses, her expression showing the kind of scholarly excitement that suggested she was witnessing something genuinely exceptional. "Your grasp of theoretical frameworks is not only comprehensive, but demonstrates the kind of synthetic thinking that characterizes truly advanced practitioners." Most students require years of guided instruction to achieve this level of conceptual integration. The practical demonstrations that followed were even more revealing of Harry's accelerated development. Without the artificial constraints imposed by age-appropriate limitations, he had been free to explore magical techniques that matched his interest and capability rather than conforming to standardized curriculum requirements. The results were extraordinary by any measure. His transfiguration work displayed precision and control that would have been impressive in a seventh-year student, let alone someone who had been practicing for only a matter of weeks. The charms he demonstrated showed creativity and adaptation that suggested genuine mastery of underlying principles rather than mere repetition of learned techniques. Most significantly, his defensive magic revealed instincts and capabilities that seemed to emerge from some deeper source than formal instruction. Professor Ravenclaw observed each demonstration with increasing amazement, occasionally requesting additional examples or variations that might reveal the extent of his abilities. Harry found himself performing magic that felt natural and effortless, as if he were finally accessing capabilities that had always existed, but had been systematically suppressed during his years of enforced ignorance. The breakthrough came during the creative magic assessment, When Professor Ravenclaw presented Harry with a complex problem that had no established solution and required him to develop his own approach using whatever combination of techniques seemed appropriate. The scenario involved protecting a group of vulnerable individuals from multiple simultaneous threats while maintaining concealment and minimizing collateral damage. Harry studied the problem for several minutes, his mind racing through various possibilities and their potential consequences. Then, drawing on everything he had learned about magical theory and practical application, he began weaving a solution that combined elements from different magical disciplines in ways that were both innovative and effective. The result was extraordinary. Harry created a multi-layered defense system that not only solved the immediate problem, but did so with an elegance and efficiency that suggested profound understanding of how different magical forces could work together synergistically. Professor Ravenclaw stared at his work for a long moment before shaking her head in amazement. "Exceptional," she said finally, her voice carrying genuine awe that made Harry's heart race with pride and excitement. This demonstrates not only mastery of individual techniques, but the kind of integrative thinking that characterizes the most accomplished magical practitioners. I have never seen anything comparable from someone with your limited formal education. The assessment continued through the afternoon, exploring areas of magical knowledge that Harry had barely begun to study, but somehow understood with startling clarity. Ancient runes revealed patterns that seemed obvious once he learned to see them properly. Arithmancy calculations unfolded with mathematical precision that surprised him with its logical beauty. Even subjects that were supposedly beyond his developmental level proved accessible when approached with proper guidance and encouragement. But perhaps most significant was the discovery of capabilities that apparently extended beyond conventional magical categories. During the final phase of testing, Professor Ravenclaw presented Harry with artifacts and scenarios designed to reveal unusual talents that might require specialized development rather than standard curriculum approaches. The results were remarkable. Harry demonstrated what appeared to be natural abilities in magical creature communication, language acquisition that exceeded normal learning patterns, and intuitive understanding of ward structures that typically required years of study to comprehend. Most intriguingly, he showed signs of what Professor Ravenclaw carefully termed enhanced magical perception, the ability to see and understand magical energies in ways that suggested capabilities beyond normal human ranges. These are not skills that can be taught through conventional instruction, Professor Ravenclaw explained as she completed her evaluation notes. They represent inherent capabilities that require specialized nurturing to reach their full potential. Standard educational approaches would not only fail to develop these talents, but might actually interfere with their natural growth. The implications were staggering. Harry possessed not only advanced capabilities in standard magical subjects, but also rare talents that placed him in categories reserved for the most exceptional practitioners in magical history. Proper development of these abilities would require educational approaches that existed nowhere within the British magical system, international resources that could provide instruction unavailable through conventional channels. As the formal assessment concluded, Harry felt a complex mixture of excitement and apprehension about what his demonstrated capabilities would mean for his future options and responsibilities. The Alliance had hoped to use his success as evidence for educational reform, but his performance had exceeded their most optimistic projections. Instead of simply proving that alternatives could match conventional results, he had demonstrated that proper support could produce outcomes that surpassed anything the established system had achieved. But exceptional ability came with exceptional expectations. Harry understood that his success would make him a target for individuals and institutions that preferred to maintain control over magical education and child welfare. More challenging still, his capabilities would create pressure to accept responsibilities that might compromise the independence he had worked so hard to achieve. Professor Ravenclaw spent considerable time explaining the various educational pathways that would be appropriate for someone with his demonstrated abilities and unusual talents. Traditional Hogwarts education would not only be inadequate, but potentially harmful, failing to challenge his capabilities, while forcing him to conform to limitations that served institutional convenience rather than educational objectives. International options existed that could provide the kind of advanced, individualized instruction that his talents required. Schools in France, Germany, and Scandinavia maintained programs specifically designed for exceptional students whose capabilities exceeded conventional expectations. These institutions prioritized individual development over institutional control, creating environments where students were encouraged to explore their full potential rather than conforming to standardized requirements. Most intriguingly, several private academies offered tutorial arrangements that could be customized to match his specific combination of abilities and interests. These programs operated independently from government oversight, providing instruction that was accountable to student achievement rather than political considerations. The flexibility and sophistication of such arrangements would allow Harry to develop his unusual talents while pursuing advanced study in areas that matched his natural inclinations. But educational options were only part of the larger picture that was emerging from his assessment results. Professor Ravenclaw's evaluation would carry significant weight in legal proceedings related to his emancipation and independence from Dumbledore's guardianship. More importantly, her documentation of his capabilities would provide crucial evidence for the Alliance's broader arguments about educational reform and child welfare policies. The political implications were both exciting and sobering. Harry's success would strengthen arguments for systematic changes that could benefit countless other children who were being failed by current arrangements. But it would also attract attention from those who had invested considerable effort in maintaining existing power structures and would not welcome challenges to their authority. As evening approached, Harry found himself back in his apartment with documentation that fundamentally altered his status within the magical community. He was no longer just an escaped abuse victim, seeking basic independence, but someone whose exceptional capabilities commanded respect and opened possibilities that had previously been unimaginable. The transformation was reflected in the communications that had arrived during his absence. Instead of messages offering basic assistance and temporary support, he now received invitations to consult on educational policy, requests for collaboration from international research institutions, and proposals for advanced study programs that had previously been reserved for much older students with years of formal preparation. Most significantly, several prominent families had requested meetings to discuss potential alliances that went beyond the mutual support networks he had already joined. These were people who possessed considerable resources and influence, but had been searching for someone with both the capabilities and the independence necessary to challenge existing arrangements effectively. The possibilities were intoxicating, but Harry reminded himself of the lessons his mother's letter had taught about the dangers of trusting too quickly or accepting arrangements that might compromise his autonomy. Each opportunity needed to be evaluated carefully to ensure that it served his genuine interests rather than providing new forms of sophisticated manipulation. But the fundamental reality was that his situation had changed dramatically. He was no longer fighting for basic recognition of his right to make choices about his own life, but determining how to use exceptional capabilities responsibly while maintaining the independence that made those capabilities valuable. The boy who had lived under the stairs had become someone whose decisions could affect the lives of many other people, and that transformation carried obligations that he was still learning to understand. The evening brought visitors whose significance was immediately apparent. Augusta Longbottom arrived with Neville, but they were accompanied by several other families whose children had been identified as potentially exceptional students who were being failed by conventional educational approaches. These parents had heard about Harry's assessment results and wanted to discuss possibilities for their own children's educational futures. The gathering that developed in Harry's small apartment was unlike anything he had previously experienced. Instead of being the recipient of adult decisions made on his behalf, he found himself participating as an equal in planning sessions that would affect multiple families and potentially reshape educational options throughout magical Britain. The children present represented a remarkable collection of capabilities that were being systematically ignored or suppressed by current educational arrangements. Luna Lovegood possessed intuitive understanding of magical creatures and phenomena that exceeded most adult naturalists, but was dismissed as eccentric imagination by professors who preferred conventional approaches. Susan Bones demonstrated sophisticated grasp of magical law and governance that could have contributed to policy discussions, but was discouraged from expressing opinions that challenged established practices. Most remarkably, when these children were encouraged to discuss their interests and demonstrate their capabilities in supportive environments, they revealed talents that surpassed many adult practitioners in specialized fields. The educational system wasn't just failing to develop their potential, but was actively working to suppress capabilities that didn't conform to standardized expectations. Harry found himself genuinely excited by the intellectual stimulation of collaborating with peers who shared his commitment to excellence and independent thinking. For the first time in his life, he was part of a group where his capabilities were appreciated rather than feared, where his questions were welcomed rather than discouraged, where his success inspired others rather than threatening established hierarchies. But more than personal satisfaction, the gathering provided concrete evidence for the Alliance's broader arguments about educational reform. When exceptional students were given proper support and encouragement, they demonstrated capabilities that justified investment in alternatives to conventional arrangements. The return on such investment would benefit not only individual families, but the entire magical community through advances and innovations that could emerge from properly developed talent. The evening concluded with commitments to expand their collaboration and develop specific proposals for educational alternatives that could serve students whose capabilities exceeded conventional expectations. Harry's success had provided proof of concept, but systematic change would require organized effort from multiple families working together toward shared objectives. As his visitors departed, Harry reflected on how dramatically his situation had changed since discovering his mother's letter just weeks earlier. He had evolved from powerless victim to influential advocate, from isolated outsider to central figure in a growing movement for educational and social reform. The transformation was remarkable, but Harry understood that it was still just the beginning of a much larger journey. The boy who lived had become the boy who chose to excel, and that choice was opening possibilities that would reshape not only his own future, but the futures of countless other magical children who deserved opportunities to develop their full potential. The revolution that had begun with personal escape was evolving into systematic reform that could benefit generations to come. The responsibility was enormous, but Harry felt ready to embrace it. He possessed the capabilities, the resources, and the allies necessary to make meaningful change possible. More importantly, he had learned the difference between accepting limitations imposed by others and choosing challenges that served his own values and objectives. The future was uncertain, but it was his future to shape, and he intended to make choices that would honor both his mother's sacrifice and his own commitment to ensuring that no child would suffer the kind of systematic suppression that had nearly destroyed his own potential. The morning of Sirius Black's freedom began with the kind of bureaucratic precision that only the goblins could orchestrate when they decided that justice required their particular brand of methodical vengeance. 3 weeks of careful preparation had culminated in this moment, when years of accumulated evidence would finally be presented to a forum that valued facts over political convenience and legal procedure over personal reputation. Harry stood in the marble lobby of Gringotts, watching through reinforced windows as official ministry vehicles arrived with the punctuality that suggested their occupants understood exactly how significant this day would prove to be. The formal hearing would be conducted in the bank's secure conference chambers, neutral territory where goblin authority superseded wizarding politics and where certain inconvenient truths could no longer be buried beneath layers of administrative convenience. The evidence that would free his godfather had been gathered through the patient work of goblin investigators who possessed both the resources and the motivation necessary to challenge decisions that had never been properly examined. Bank records revealed financial irregularities that raised questions about the original investigation into the Potter murders. Communication logs exposed gaps in the timeline that suggested crucial evidence had been ignored or suppressed. Most damaging of all, memories preserved in goblin vaults contained testimony that directly contradicted the official narrative about what had happened on that terrible night in Godric's Hollow. Ragnok approached with the measured pace that characterized all his movements, his dark eyes reflecting satisfaction that came from seeing carefully laid plans finally approaching fruition. The goblin carried a leather portfolio that contained documentation capable of dismantling more than a decade of accepted truth about one of the wizarding world's most notorious cases. "Mr. Potter," Ragnok said, his voice carrying the particular formality that goblins employed when conducting business that would have lasting consequences. "The participants are assembling, and we are prepared to present evidence that will require significant revisions to certain widely accepted narratives. Are you ready to witness the vindication of your godfather and the exposure of those who allowed injustice to persist for their own convenience?" "Yes," Harry replied, though the word carried weight that reflected both anticipation and apprehension about what this day would mean for everyone whose lives had been shaped by the lies that were about to be revealed. "I want to see Sirius freed, and I want everyone to understand what really happened to my parents." The conference chamber where justice would finally be served was appointed with the understated luxury that characterized all goblin formal spaces. Ancient wooden panels displayed portraits of goblin leaders whose expressions suggested they had witnessed centuries of human folly and learned to value evidence over sentiment when determining truth. The furniture was arranged to emphasize equality rather than hierarchy, ensuring that all participants would be evaluated by the same standards, regardless of their political connections or social standing. The ministry delegation arrived with the kind of reluctant formality that suggested they understood this hearing could not be avoided, but hoped it could be managed without exposing too many uncomfortable realities. Cornelius Fudge, the current Minister for Magic, possessed the nervous energy of someone who had built his career on avoiding difficult decisions and was now facing circumstances that would not permit his usual strategies of delay and misdirection. More significantly, Albus Dumbledore had chosen to attend personally, his presence indicating that he understood exactly what was at stake in these proceedings. The elderly wizard's calm demeanor suggested confidence that he could control whatever revelations emerged, but Harry caught signs of tension around his eyes that hinted at deeper concerns about what the goblins might have discovered during their investigation. The formal presentation began with Ragnok establishing the legal framework that governed the proceedings and explaining why goblin authority was paramount in matters involving their preserved evidence. The careful neutrality of his language could not disguise the satisfaction that came from finally being able to challenge decisions that had offended goblin sensibilities about proper procedure and factual accuracy. "Honored representatives," Ragnok began, his voice carrying clearly through the chamber's acoustic enchantments. "We are gathered to examine evidence that bears directly on the guilt or innocence of Sirius Black, who was imprisoned for crimes related to the murder of James and Lily Potter without receiving the trial that was his legal right under both wizarding and goblin law. The evidence we will present raises serious questions about the original investigation and the decisions made by those who claimed authority over this matter." The first revelation was devastating in its simplicity. Bank records showed conclusively that Sirius Black had never been the secret keeper for the Potter family, despite official statements that had formed the foundation for his imprisonment. The role had been transferred to Peter Pettigrew just days before the attack, a change that had been documented in goblin vaults, but apparently ignored by ministry investigators who preferred a narrative that supported their desired conclusions. The memory evidence was even more damaging. Preserved testimony from the night of the attack showed Sirius arriving at Godric's Hollow after the murders had already occurred, finding the bodies of his best friends and the infant Harry miraculously alive among the ruins. His behavior was consistent with grief and shock rather than guilt, and his immediate actions demonstrated concern for Harry's welfare rather than attempts to conceal his own involvement. Most significantly, the memories contained clear images of Peter Pettigrew's rat form fleeing the scene, evidence that would have immediately identified the true betrayer if anyone had bothered to examine it carefully. Instead, Ministry investigators had accepted convenient assumptions that supported political narratives about the war's conclusion rather than pursuing facts that might complicate their preferred version of events. The presentation continued with systematic demolition of every aspect of the case against Sirius Black. Financial records showed no evidence of Death Eater connections or payments from Voldemort's organization. Communication logs revealed no suspicious contacts or meetings that might suggest betrayal of his closest friends. Character testimony from multiple sources confirmed his loyalty to the Potter family and his fierce dedication to protecting Harry's welfare. By contrast, the evidence regarding Peter Pettigrew painted a picture of someone who possessed both motive and opportunity for betrayal. Financial pressures, political sympathies, and personal weaknesses all suggested vulnerability to recruitment by Death Eater agents seeking inside information about Order of the Phoenix activities. His subsequent disappearance and presumed death had conveniently eliminated the need for careful investigation into his actual role in the tragedy. As the presentation unfolded, Harry watched the faces of the Ministry representatives and saw the exact moment when they realized that their carefully constructed narrative was collapsing under the weight of evidence they could neither dispute nor dismiss. Minister Fudge's complexion had progressed through several shades of pale, while his subordinates exchanged glances that suggested desperate consideration of damage control strategies. But it was Dumbledore's reaction that Harry found most revealing. The elderly wizard's calm facade never cracked, but his eyes showed calculation rather than surprise. This was not someone learning shocking new information, but someone whose existing knowledge was being exposed in ways that threatened carefully maintained secrets. Dumbledore had known the truth about Sirius Black's innocence, and he had chosen to allow an innocent man to remain imprisoned for reasons that served his own agenda rather than the cause of justice. The legal implications were staggering. If Sirius Black was innocent of the crimes for which he had been imprisoned, then his incarceration represented one of the most serious miscarriages of justice in recent wizarding history. More than that, the systematic suppression of evidence that would have proven his innocence suggested corruption or incompetence at the highest levels of magical government. But personal implications were even more significant for Harry's understanding of how power operated within the wizarding world. The same institutions and individuals who had claimed to be protecting his welfare had also been responsible for destroying his godfather's life through deliberate indifference to truth and justice. The pattern of manipulation that had shaped Harry's own childhood was part of a much larger system that prioritized convenience over individual rights whenever the two came into conflict. When Ragnarok concluded his presentation and invited responses from the Ministry representatives, the silence that followed was profound enough to suggest that everyone present understood they were witnessing a fundamental shift in how certain realities would be acknowledged within magical society. Minister Fudge cleared his throat several times before managing to speak, his voice carrying the particular uncertainty that characterized politicians who found themselves forced to address situations they had hoped to avoid indefinitely. These revelations are certainly serious and will require careful consideration by appropriate authorities. However, given the time that has elapsed since the original events, it may be necessary to establish new procedures for addressing such complex legal questions. Ragnarok's response was immediate and definitive. The evidence presented today establishes beyond reasonable doubt that Sirius Black is innocent of the crimes for which he was imprisoned. Goblin law recognizes no statute of limitations on correcting injustice, and we expect immediate action to remedy this situation. Any delays will be interpreted as willful perpetuation of wrongful imprisonment. The carefully modulated tone could not disguise the threat implicit in the goblin's words. Gringotts possessed resources and connections that could make continued ministry intransigence extremely uncomfortable for everyone involved. More importantly, the evidence they had presented was now part of official record, and could not be suppressed or ignored without risking even greater exposure of institutional failures. Dumbledore finally spoke, his voice carrying the measured authority that had shaped wizarding politics for decades. While these revelations are indeed troubling, we must consider the broader context of wartime decisions made under extraordinary circumstances. The individuals responsible for the original investigation were operating with limited information and considerable pressure to resolve matters quickly. Perhaps the focus should be on correcting the current situation rather than assigning blame for past mistakes. The diplomatic language was masterful, acknowledging error while deflecting responsibility and suggesting that justice should be subordinated to political convenience. But Harry heard something else in Dumbledore's words, a careful avoidance of any admission that he had possessed knowledge that could have prevented Sirius's imprisonment. The old wizard was protecting himself rather than serving justice, exactly as his mother's letter had warned. Ragnar's smile was sharp enough to draw blood. Indeed, the focus should be on correcting injustice rather than protecting those who allowed it to persist. We propose immediate release of Sirius Black, full restoration of his legal rights and family properties, and compensation for 12 years of wrongful imprisonment. Additionally, we recommend investigation into how such massive failures of procedure were permitted to occur and what systemic changes are necessary to prevent similar injustices in the future. The demands were both reasonable and devastating, requiring the ministry to acknowledge not only specific errors, but also institutional failures that raised questions about the competency and integrity of magical government. More threatening still was the implication that other cases might be subjected to similar scrutiny, revealing additional instances where political convenience had been prioritized over legal procedure. The negotiations that followed were complex and occasionally heated, but the outcome was never really in doubt. The evidence was too overwhelming, and the goblin position too strong for any result other than complete vindication of Sirius Black's innocence. By late afternoon, official documents had been signed establishing his immediate release and restoration to full legal standing within Wizarding Society. But more than legal victory, the hearing had exposed realities about power and justice that would have lasting implications for everyone who witnessed them. The same authorities who claimed to serve the public interest had proven willing to sacrifice individual rights when those rights conflicted with their preferred narratives. The institutions, supposedly dedicated to protecting magical society, had demonstrated that their primary loyalty was to their own convenience rather than abstract principles of truth and justice. Harry felt complex emotions as he watched the formal conclusion of proceedings that would finally reunite him with his godfather. Relief and excitement were tempered by anger about the years that had been stolen from both of them through institutional indifference to evidence that contradicted convenient assumptions. But underlying everything was a deeper understanding of how thoroughly his mother's warnings about systematic manipulation had been validated by events that extended far beyond his own personal experience. The reunion itself took place in a private chamber that the goblins had prepared specifically for family matters requiring both security and privacy. Harry waited with nervous anticipation as guards brought the man who had spent 12 years paying for crimes he had never committed, wondering what those years of imprisonment might have done to someone who had once been his parents' closest friend. Sirius Black entered the chamber with the careful movements of someone who had learned to expect violence, but retained enough hope to believe that better possibilities might still exist. Prison had aged him beyond his years, but his eyes held intelligence and determination that suggested his spirit had survived despite everything the system had done to break it. When he saw Harry, his expression shifted to wonder and grief and joy in proportions that spoke of emotions too complex for simple categorization. "Harry," Sirius said, his voice rough with disuse but carrying warmth that made Harry's heart race with recognition of family connection he had never experienced. My God, look at you. You look so much like James, but you have Lily's eyes and her stubborn expression. I can't believe how much you've grown, how much time we've lost. They stood facing each other across a space that contained 12 years of separation and suffering, both trying to bridge gaps that had been created by forces beyond their control. Harry felt simultaneously like a child desperate for parental connection and an adult who had learned to be cautious about trusting anyone who claimed to care about his welfare. I read my mother's letter, Harry said finally, choosing directness over diplomacy, because this moment was too important for careful protocol. I know about the betrayal, about your innocence, about everything they did to keep us apart. I'm sorry it took so long to find the truth. Sirius's response was immediate and fierce. You have nothing to apologize for, Harry. Nothing at all. You were a child whose guardians failed to protect your rights or seek justice on your behalf. The blame belongs entirely to the adults who chose convenience over truth and allowed an innocent man to rot in prison while his godson grew up with people who should never have been trusted with anyone's welfare. The acknowledgement of shared victimization created foundation for relationship that transcended the years of forced separation. Both had suffered under systems that prioritized institutional needs over individual rights. Both had been betrayed by authorities who claimed to be acting in their best interests. Both had survived through resilience and determination, rather than receiving the protection they deserved. But more than shared suffering, Harry sensed in Sirius someone who would understand his recent choices and support his continued independence, rather than attempting to impose new forms of control. The man who had been wrongfully imprisoned for challenging convenient lies would appreciate the courage required to escape systematic manipulation and build alternatives that served genuine rather than political interests. The conversation that followed was unlike anything Harry had previously experienced, a genuine dialogue between people who cared about each other's welfare and possessed enough mutual respect to discuss complex topics honestly, rather than filtering everything through assumptions about appropriate authority relationships. Sirius listened to Harry's account of his escape and subsequent developments with amazement and approval that validated every difficult choice Harry had made since discovering his mother's letter. Most importantly, Sirius offered support that came without strings or conditions that would compromise Harry's hard-won independence. His godfather understood that Harry had evolved beyond the helpless victim that everyone had expected him to remain, and he was prepared to provide whatever assistance might be helpful without attempting to reassert parental authority that would recreate the dependencies Harry had worked so hard to escape. "You've become remarkable, Harry," Sirius said, as their conversation wound toward conclusion. "Not just powerful or intelligent, though you're clearly both, but genuinely independent in ways that most adults never achieve. Your parents would be so proud of what you've accomplished and the person you've chosen to become." The validation was more meaningful than any formal recognition could have been, confirmation from someone who had known his parents that his choices honored their memory rather than betraying their hopes for his future. More than that, it represented acceptance of his transformation from victim to agent, acknowledgement that he had earned the right to make decisions about his own life, regardless of what others might prefer. As evening approached, and their formal reunion concluded, Harry felt that his life had achieved a new level of completeness that had been missing since he first learned the truth about his situation. He had his godfather back, not as a replacement authority figure, but as family who would support his choices rather than attempting to control them. The alliance he had built was stronger and more credible with Sirius's vindication, demonstrating that their challenges to institutional authority could achieve concrete victories. Most importantly, the systematic exposure of lies about his godfather's case had provided undeniable evidence that the same institutions and individuals who had shaped his childhood were willing to sacrifice individual rights whenever those rights conflicted with their convenience. The revolution that had begun with his mother's letter had achieved its first major victory, but Harry understood that it was only the beginning of much larger transformations that would be necessary to ensure that future generations would not suffer the kind of systematic manipulation that had characterized both his own childhood and his godfather's unjust imprisonment. Standing together as free men who had survived attempts to destroy their lives through institutional indifference, Harry and Sirius represented proof that resistance to systematic manipulation was possible, and that justice could prevail when people possessed courage to challenge convenient lies rather than accepting them as inevitable realities. The boy who lived had become the boy who freed others, and that transformation was opening possibilities that would reshape everything that came after. The revolution was expanding beyond personal liberation to systematic reform that could benefit anyone who valued truth over convenience and individual rights over institutional control. With his godfather as both family and ally, Harry felt ready to face whatever challenges would emerge as their success threatened those who had built their power on the systematic suppression of inconvenient truths. The ancient manor house that Sirius had inherited, along with his freedom, stood like a testament to centuries of black family power. Its weathered stone walls and towering windows speaking of wealth and influence that had shaped magical Britain since before the Ministry of Magic existed. But more than architectural grandeur, Grimmauld Place represented something that Harry had never possessed in his entire life. A home where his presence was genuinely welcome and his decisions would be respected rather than overruled by adults who claimed superior wisdom about his needs and capabilities. Harry stood in the renovated library that had become his study space, surrounded by books that covered every conceivable aspect of magical theory and practice. The collection represented more than accumulated knowledge. It was evidence of educational resources that had always been his birthright, but had been systematically denied to him through the manipulation of those who preferred to keep him ignorant and dependent. Now, with proper instruction and unlimited access to information, his magical development was accelerating at rates that amazed even his most optimistic supporters. The formal guardianship transfer had been completed with efficiency that reflected both goblin thoroughness and ministry eagerness to resolve a situation that had become politically inconvenient for everyone involved. Sirius was now his legal guardian, but more importantly, their relationship was based on mutual respect rather than traditional authority structures that assumed children were incapable of making intelligent decisions about their own welfare. The transformation in living arrangements was remarkable, but the changes in Harry's magical education were even more significant. Without the artificial limitations imposed by age-appropriate curriculum standards, he was free to explore advanced techniques that matched his demonstrated capabilities rather than conforming to expectations about what someone his age should be able to understand. The results were extraordinary by any measure. Sirius entered the library with the quiet movements that had become second nature during his years of imprisonment, though Harry noticed that his godfather was gradually relaxing into the security that came from knowing he was no longer hunted by authorities who preferred convenient lies to uncomfortable truths. The older man carried a leather journal that bore the distinctive markings of advanced magical research, suggesting that their morning session would involve particularly sophisticated material. "Ready for today's lesson, Harry?" Sirius asked, settling into the comfortable chair that had been positioned to facilitate discussion rather than establish hierarchical teaching relationships. "We're going to explore some techniques that most wizards never encounter until they've completed formal education and demonstrated exceptional aptitude for advanced study. But given your recent progress, I believe you're ready to understand concepts that will serve you well in whatever challenges lie ahead." "Yes," Harry replied, feeling the familiar excitement that accompanied exposure to new magical knowledge. "I've been reading about Animagus transformations and ward construction, but I'd like to understand how they work together to provide comprehensive protection rather than just individual defensive capabilities." Sirius's smile reflected both pride and amazement at Harry's sophisticated understanding of complex magical relationships. The ability to see connections between different areas of magical knowledge was characteristic of truly exceptional practitioners, and Harry was demonstrating insights that typically required years of advanced study to develop. "Excellent question," Sirius said, opening his journal to pages covered with detailed diagrams and explanatory text. "The integration of multiple defensive strategies is indeed more effective than relying on any single approach, but it requires understanding of how different magical forces interact and support each other. Today we'll explore how personal transformation abilities can enhance ward effectiveness while providing backup options when primary defenses are compromised." The lesson that followed was unlike anything Harry had experienced during his previous magical education. Instead of memorizing established procedures and repeating them exactly as taught, he was encouraged to experiment with variations that might prove more effective for his specific circumstances and capabilities. Sirius provided guidance and theoretical framework, but Harry was expected to develop his own approaches rather than simply accepting whatever methods had been deemed appropriate by institutional authorities. The Animagus transformation process proved particularly fascinating, combining elements of transfiguration, meditation, and personal identity work that required both technical skill and deep self-understanding. Unlike the standardized approaches taught at Hogwarts, which emphasized conformity to established procedures, Sirius encouraged Harry to explore methods that took advantage of his unique magical signature and natural abilities. The preliminary exercises revealed capabilities that exceeded both their expectations. Harry's natural affinity for transformation magic was remarkable, allowing him to achieve partial shifts that typically required months of preparation to accomplish. More significantly, his ability to maintain conscious control during transformation suggested aptitude for advanced applications that went far beyond simple animal form adoption. But most intriguingly, Harry began demonstrating signs of metamorphmagus abilities that had apparently been suppressed during his years of systematic magical deprivation. When encouraged to experiment with deliberate physical changes, he discovered that he could alter his appearance in ways that suggested latent shape-shifting capabilities that had never been properly developed. "Extraordinary," Sirius murmured, as he observed Harry's initial experiments with controlled metamorphosis. This level of transformation ability is extremely rare and indicates magical potential that extends well beyond normal human ranges. Proper development of these capabilities could provide you with advantages that would be invaluable if you ever face serious magical conflict. The discovery opened entirely new areas of study and training that would require resources and expertise unavailable through conventional educational channels. Metamorphmagus abilities were so unusual that most magical institutions had no established curricula for their development, requiring individualized instruction from specialists who understood the unique challenges and opportunities associated with such rare talents. But more than personal advancement, Harry's expanding abilities were attracting attention from the network of allies who had supported his independence and were now working toward broader reforms within magical society. His success was providing crucial evidence for arguments about educational alternatives that prioritized individual potential over standardized limitations, demonstrating that proper support could produce results that exceeded anything conventional approaches had achieved. The afternoon brought visitors whose significance reflected the growing political implications of Harry's situation. Augusta Longbottom arrived with documentation that revealed how systematic the suppression of exceptional students had become throughout the British magical education system. Her research had identified dozens of children whose capabilities exceeded conventional expectations but were being directed toward careers that would waste their potential rather than developing it properly. "Mr. Potter," Augusta said, with the directness that characterized all her communications, "your success has inspired us to examine other cases where talented children are being failed by institutional indifference to individual needs. What we've discovered is deeply disturbing and suggests that educational reform is not just advisable, but urgently necessary to prevent the waste of an entire generation's potential. The documentation she presented was both comprehensive and damning. Case after case of students whose exceptional abilities had been dismissed as disruptive behavior or unrealistic ambition, whose innovative approaches had been discouraged in favor of conformity to established methods, whose career aspirations had been redirected toward paths that served institutional convenience rather than personal fulfillment. Most troubling was the pattern of systematic discouragement that emerged when exceptional students attempted to pursue advanced study or independent research. Rather than providing additional resources and opportunities, schools consistently responded to unusual capability with increased restrictions and closer supervision that seemed designed to prevent students from developing beyond levels that their educators could control. The parallels to Harry's own experience were unmistakable, but the scope of the problem was far larger than he had imagined. What he had initially understood as personal victimization was actually part of a comprehensive system designed to ensure that magical society remained static rather than evolving through the innovations that exceptional individuals might contribute. We've identified families throughout Britain whose children demonstrate capabilities that could revolutionize various aspects of magical practice, Augusta continued, her voice carrying the particular intensity that came from recognizing systematic injustice. But instead of nurturing these talents, our educational institutions are actively working to suppress them in favor of maintaining existing power structures that benefit those who control current arrangements. The implications were staggering. British magical society was systematically destroying its own future by refusing to develop the exceptional capabilities that could solve long-standing problems and create new possibilities for advancement and growth. The conservative approach that prioritized stability over innovation was condemning the entire community to gradual decline rather than encouraging the evolution that could ensure continued prosperity and development. But more than abstract policy concerns, the situation represented personal tragedy for families who were watching their children's potential be systematically undermined by institutions that claimed to serve their interests. Parents who recognized their children's exceptional abilities were being told that such capabilities were either imaginary or dangerous, that conformity to average expectations was preferable to excellence that might disrupt established hierarchies. Harry found himself genuinely angry about the waste and cruelty represented by such systematic suppression of human potential. His own experience had taught him how devastating it could be to have capabilities denied and opportunities eliminated. But understanding that similar treatment was being inflicted on countless other children throughout magical Britain transformed personal grievance into moral outrage. "What can we do to challenge these patterns?" Harry asked, moving from information gathering to strategic planning with the focus that had characterized his approach to every significant challenge he had faced since discovering his mother's letter. Augusta's response revealed planning that was both comprehensive and ambitious. "We're developing alternative educational networks that can provide proper instruction for exceptional students whose needs exceed what conventional institutions are prepared to offer. Additionally, we're working to establish legal frameworks that will protect children's rights to educational opportunities that match their demonstrated capabilities rather than arbitrary age and grade requirements." The vision she outlined was sophisticated and far-reaching, involving collaboration between families, educators, and legal experts who shared commitment to individual development over institutional convenience. International connections would provide access to educational approaches that existed outside the constraints of British magical tradition, while financial resources would ensure that exceptional students could receive appropriate instruction regardless of their family's economic circumstances. Most importantly, the network would provide mutual support for families who chose to resist pressure to accept limitations that didn't serve their children's genuine interests. Strength in numbers would make it much more difficult for institutional authorities to isolate and punish individual families who challenged established expectations about appropriate educational goals and methods. The political dimensions of their effort were becoming increasingly apparent as word spread throughout magical society about Harry's success and the revelations about Sirius's wrongful imprisonment. Traditional power structures were beginning to recognize that their authority was being challenged not by external enemies, but by their own citizens, who had finally begun questioning decisions that had never been properly justified or examined. The response from established institutions was predictable, but increasingly ineffective. Attempts to discredit Harry's achievements by questioning the validity of his assessments had been undermined by the credibility of the evaluators and the comprehensive nature of the testing. Efforts to portray the Alliance as dangerous radicals had failed because their membership included some of the most respected families in magical society. Most significantly, Dumbledore's attempts to regain control over Harry's situation had been consistently thwarted by legal protections that the goblins had established and the support network that made isolated manipulation impossible. The old wizard was discovering that his traditional strategies of patient maneuvering and strategic information control were ineffective against opponents who possessed both resources and determination to challenge his authority directly. But resistance was escalating as the implications of successful reform became clearer to those whose power depended on maintaining existing arrangements. Harry's continued success threatened not just individual careers, but entire systems of control that had shaped magical society for generations. The stakes were becoming high enough that more aggressive countermeasures were likely inevitable. The evening brought news that confirmed Harry's concerns about escalating opposition to their reform efforts. Sirius returned from a meeting with other Alliance members, carrying information that suggested their adversaries were moving beyond political maneuvering to more direct forms of interference. "Harry," Sirius said, his expression serious enough to indicate that the news was both significant and troubling. "We've received credible reports that certain parties are planning to challenge your emancipation through legal mechanisms that could force your return to more traditional guardianship arrangements. Additionally, there are suggestions that some officials are considering regulatory changes that would restrict access to advanced magical education for students who haven't completed conventional preliminary requirements." The threat was both immediate and comprehensive, targeting not just Harry's personal independence, but the broader reform movement that his success had inspired. If their opponents could demonstrate that exceptional achievement was either illegitimate or dangerous, they might be able to discourage other families from pursuing alternatives to conventional arrangements. But more than defensive concerns, the escalating opposition represented opportunities for the Alliance to demonstrate the strength and legitimacy of their position. Each attempt to suppress their efforts through institutional manipulation provided additional evidence that existing power structures prioritized their own convenience over genuine service to the magical community. "We're not going to allow intimidation to undermine what we've accomplished," Harry said, with determination that surprised him with its intensity. "Everything we've achieved has been obtained through legitimate means that serve genuine interests rather than personal convenience. If they want to challenge us, we'll demonstrate that our approach produces better results than anything their traditional methods have achieved." Sirius's approval was evident in his expression and posture. "That's exactly the right attitude, Harry. We have advantages that our opponents don't fully understand, including international connections, financial resources, and public support that grows stronger each time they reveal their willingness to sacrifice individual rights for institutional control." The conversation that followed was strategic planning session that demonstrated how much Harry had evolved from victim to leader in the months since discovering his mother's letter. Instead of seeking protection from adult authorities who might solve his problems for him, he was actively participating in developing solutions that would serve not just his own interests, but those of everyone who shared his commitment to individual rights and educational excellence. The plans they developed were both defensive and offensive, designed to protect existing achievements while expanding opportunities for others who sought alternatives to conventional arrangements. Legal challenges would be met with comprehensive documentation of superior results achieved through their methods. Political pressure would be countered with public demonstrations of the practical benefits that reform could provide for magical society as a whole. Most importantly, they would continue expanding their network of allies and resources, building strength that could not be easily overcome by authorities who preferred to operate through isolated manipulation rather than open debate about competing approaches to education and child welfare. As the evening concluded, and Harry prepared for another night in accommodations that represented genuine security rather than mere shelter, he reflected on how completely his life had been transformed since reading his mother's letter. He had evolved from powerless victim to influential advocate, from isolated outsider to central figure in a movement that could reshape magical society's approach to individual development and institutional accountability. The challenges ahead were significant, but Harry felt confident about his ability to meet them successfully. He possessed knowledge, resources, allies, and most importantly, a clear understanding of his own values and objectives. The boy who had lived under the stairs was truly gone, replaced by someone who understood power and intended to use it responsibly to ensure that future generations would have genuine choices about their own lives and education. The revolution that had begun with personal escape was evolving into systematic transformation that could benefit anyone who valued excellence over mediocrity and individual rights over institutional convenience. With Sirius as both family and ally, supported by a growing network of like-minded individuals and families, Harry was ready to face whatever challenges would emerge as their success continued to threaten those who had built their power on the systematic suppression of human potential. The boy who lived had become the boy who chose to excel and help others do the same, and that choice was opening possibilities that would reshape everything that came after. The familiar green ink of Harry's Hogwarts letter gleamed against the cream-colored parchment, but the sight that should have filled any 11-year-old wizard with wonder and anticipation instead filled Harry with a complex mixture of satisfaction and strategic calculation. The letter had arrived precisely on schedule, delivered by a magnificent tawny owl that showed no surprise at finding its recipient in the elegant study of an ancient wizarding manor rather than a cupboard under suburban stairs. Harry sat in the comfortable chair that had become his favorite spot for serious thinking, surrounded by the advanced magical texts that had shaped his education over the past months. The Hogwarts acceptance letter represented the culmination of a journey that had begun with his mother's hidden message and led through escape, alliance building, and systematic challenges to the wizarding world's most entrenched assumptions about education and authority. But more than personal milestone, the letter's arrival marked the beginning of what would likely be the most significant confrontation yet between the reform movement and the institutional forces that preferred to maintain existing arrangements. Harry's response to Hogwarts would send a clear message about whether exceptional students could be compelled to accept educational limitations that served institutional convenience rather than individual potential. Sirius entered the study carrying his own correspondence, official documents from the ministry that suggested the political implications of Harry's decision were already generating considerable attention from authorities who had preferred to handle such matters through quiet manipulation rather than public debate. "The circus is beginning," Sirius said, with the sardonic humor that had become his characteristic response to the bureaucratic maneuvering that surrounded their every action. "I've received 3 separate inquiries about your educational intentions, 2 requests for meetings to discuss your future plans, and 1 barely disguised threat about the consequences of rejecting traditional arrangements in favor of untested alternatives." Harry examined his godfather's expression and saw beneath the humor a tension that reflected genuine concern about the forces they were challenging. Dumbledore's influence extended far beyond Hogwarts, and his patient construction of political networks meant that opposition to his preferences could result in consequences that went well beyond simple educational policy disagreements. "What kind of pressure are they applying?" Harry asked, setting aside the Hogwarts letter to focus on more immediate strategic concerns about the campaign that was apparently being orchestrated to influence his decision. Nothing direct enough to constitute actionable threats, Sirius replied, settling into his own chair with the careful movements that still reflected years of imprisonment despite months of freedom. But there are suggestions that families who support educational alternatives might find themselves subject to increased scrutiny from various regulatory agencies. Additionally, there are hints that international educational opportunities might become more difficult to access if domestic institutions feel their authority is being challenged too aggressively. The implications were clear and troubling. The same institutional manipulation that had shaped Harry's childhood was now being extended to other families, whose only crime was supporting his right to make independent choices about his own education. The pattern of collective punishment for individual resistance was characteristic of authoritarian systems that could not tolerate even limited challenges to their control. But intimidation required fear to be effective, and Harry had moved far beyond the helpless anxiety that had once made him vulnerable to such tactics. His education in magical theory and political strategy had provided him with tools for resistance that were both sophisticated and legally defensible. More importantly, his alliance network had grown strong enough to provide mutual protection against attempts to isolate and pressure individual families. They're making a mistake if they think intimidation will be more effective now than it was when I was living under the Dursleys' control, Harry said, with confidence that reflected both personal growth and strategic understanding of the broader situation. Every heavy-handed attempt to force compliance provides us with additional evidence that existing institutions prioritize their own authority over genuine service to the magical community. The morning brought visitors whose significance reflected the escalating political dimensions of Harry's educational decision. Augusta Longbottom arrived with documentation that revealed the scope of the pressure campaign being directed against families who had expressed support for educational alternatives. The evidence was both comprehensive and deeply troubling. Mr. Potter, Augusta said, with the brisk efficiency that characterized all her communications, the response to your potential rejection of Hogwarts has revealed just how threatened certain parties feel by challenges to their monopoly over magical education. What we've discovered suggests that your decision will have implications far beyond your personal circumstances. The documents she presented showed systematic harassment of families whose children had been identified as potential candidates for alternative educational approaches. Business licenses were being delayed or challenged through regulatory technicalities. Professional advancement opportunities were mysteriously disappearing for parents who had expressed interest in educational reform. Social ostracism was being orchestrated through carefully managed campaigns that portrayed support for alternatives as disloyalty to cherished magical traditions. Most disturbing was evidence of direct intervention in other children's educational assessments, with exceptional capabilities being systematically undervalued or ignored to prevent additional challenges to conventional wisdom about appropriate educational pathways. The system was actively working to suppress evidence of its own failures, rather than addressing the problems that reform efforts sought to solve. "This is exactly what my mother warned me about in her letter," Harry said, as he reviewed the documentation with growing anger and determination. "The same people who manipulated my placement with the Dursleys are now using similar tactics against anyone who supports my right to choose my own educational path. They're proving that their primary concern is maintaining control rather than serving the needs of magical children." Augusta's expression reflected both satisfaction and concern at Harry's analysis. "Your understanding of the broader implications is exactly what we need to counter their strategy effectively. But we must also acknowledge that the pressure will intensify as your decision becomes final. They're operating from the assumption that sufficient intimidation will eventually force compliance, and they have considerable resources to deploy against families who continue to resist." The strategic discussion that followed was unlike anything Harry had experienced before his transformation from victim to advocate. Instead of accepting adult decisions made on his behalf, he found himself participating as an equal in planning that would affect not only his own future, but the educational opportunities available to magical children throughout Britain and beyond. The Alliance's response to institutional intimidation was comprehensive and sophisticated, drawing on legal expertise, financial resources, and international connections that could not be easily overcome through domestic political pressure. More importantly, each attempt at suppression provided additional evidence for their arguments about the need for systematic reform in magical education and child welfare policies. But beyond defensive measures, Harry's decision about Hogwarts represented an opportunity to demonstrate the practical benefits of educational alternatives that prioritized individual development over institutional control. His success with advanced study and accelerated learning had already proven that conventional age and grade limitations were artificial constraints rather than necessary protections for student welfare. "I've been thinking about this decision for weeks," Harry said, as the strategic discussion moved toward specific recommendations about his response to the Hogwarts letter. "And I've reached the conclusion that attending Hogwarts would represent a betrayal of everything we've worked to accomplish, not just for me, personally, but for all the families who are counting on our success to create better options for their own children." The reasoning behind his decision was both personal and political, reflecting individual needs that could not be met through conventional education, as well as broader objectives about challenging systems that suppressed exceptional capability in favor of institutional convenience. From a purely educational perspective, Harry had already mastered much of what Hogwarts offered in its early years, and the advanced instruction he required was unavailable through their standardized curriculum. More problematically, attending Hogwarts would place him under Dumbledore's direct authority and remove him from the support networks that had enabled his rapid development and political effectiveness. But beyond personal considerations, accepting Hogwarts placement would send a message that exceptional students could ultimately be compelled to accept limitations that served institutional rather than individual interests. His capitulation would undermine the confidence of other families who were considering alternatives and provide ammunition for opponents who argued that conventional education was adequate for all students, regardless of their demonstrated capabilities. The decision requires courage, but it also requires wisdom about how to communicate our position effectively to the broader magical community, Augusta observed with approval that reflected her assessment of Harry's political sophistication. "We need to demonstrate that this choice serves not only your interests, but the larger cause of educational excellence and individual rights that benefits everyone who values merit over conformity." The afternoon was devoted to crafting a response that would communicate Harry's decision clearly, while explaining the reasoning that supported his choice. The letter needed to be both diplomatic and firm, acknowledging the tradition and reputation of Hogwarts, while explaining why alternative educational approaches were more appropriate for his particular circumstances and objectives. But more than personal correspondence, Harry's response would serve as a public statement about the viability of educational alternatives and the importance of individual choice in matters affecting children's futures. The letter would be circulated throughout the magical community through alliance networks, providing a manifesto for reform that could inspire other families to consider similar decisions. The drafting process revealed Harry's evolution from someone who had once struggled to advocate for his most basic needs to an articulate spokesperson for systematic change in magical education policy. His letter combined personal narrative with policy analysis, emotional appeal with logical argument, individual experience with broader vision for institutional reform. The final version was both powerful and persuasive, explaining his gratitude for Hogwarts' offer, while detailing why alternative educational approaches would better serve not only his own development, but the broader cause of magical advancement through excellence rather than mediocrity. "Dear Professor McGonagall and the Hogwarts faculty," the letter began, "I am honored by your invitation to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and deeply appreciate the institution's role in magical education for over 1,000 years. However, After careful consideration of my educational needs and career objectives, I have decided to pursue alternative arrangements that will better serve my individual development and my commitment to advancing magical knowledge through innovative approaches to learning and research. The explanation that followed was comprehensive without being confrontational, acknowledging Hogwarts's strengths while explaining why those strengths were insufficient for someone whose capabilities and objectives extended beyond conventional educational frameworks. Harry detailed his success with accelerated learning, his need for individualized instruction in areas where he demonstrated exceptional aptitude, and his desire to contribute to educational reform that could benefit other students whose needs exceeded standardized offerings. Most importantly, the letter emphasized that his decision represented choice rather than rejection, opportunity rather than rebellion, and commitment to excellence rather than disrespect for tradition. He was not abandoning magical education, but pursuing it through methods that prioritized individual development over institutional convenience. The response concluded with an invitation for ongoing collaboration between alternative educational networks and established institutions, suggesting that diversity in approach could strengthen the entire magical education system rather than threatening it. Harry offered to share his experiences and insights with Hogwarts faculty who might be interested in developing more flexible approaches to exceptional students whose needs could not be met through conventional methods. As evening approached and the letter was finalized for delivery, Harry felt a profound sense of completion about the journey that had begun with his mother's hidden message and led through escape, alliance building, and systematic challenge to assumptions that had shaped his entire childhood. He had evolved from powerless victim to influential advocate, from isolated outsider to central figure in a movement that could reshape magical society's approach to education and individual rights. The decision about Hogwarts represented more than personal choice. It was a statement about the kind of future that was possible when exceptional individuals were supported rather than suppressed, when institutional authority was challenged rather than accepted without question, when children were treated as capable decision-makers rather than passive recipients of adult wisdom. But completion of this phase meant beginning of another, potentially more challenging period, when the full implications of his choice would become apparent to everyone whose power depended on maintaining existing arrangements. Harry understood that rejecting Hogwarts would trigger responses that went beyond the pressure campaigns they had already experienced, forcing confrontations that would determine whether reform was possible or whether institutional resistance would ultimately prevail. The evening brought news that confirmed his expectations about escalating opposition. Sirius returned from a meeting with Alliance leadership, carrying information that suggested their adversaries were preparing comprehensive countermeasures designed to discourage other families from following Harry's example. The Ministry is planning to introduce legislation that would restrict access to international magical education for British citizens, Sirius reported with grim satisfaction that reflected his appreciation for tactics that revealed opponent desperation rather than strength. Additionally, there are suggestions that new regulations might require approval from domestic institutions before alternative educational arrangements could be considered legally valid for magical children. The measures were both predictable and self-defeating, demonstrating that institutional authorities were willing to restrict educational opportunities for all magical children rather than accept challenges to their monopoly over magical education. Such heavy-handed responses would likely generate broader opposition from families who had not previously questioned conventional arrangements, but would recognize threats to their own autonomy. But more than defensive concerns, the escalating institutional response represented opportunities for the Alliance to demonstrate the strength and legitimacy of their position. Each attempt to suppress alternatives through regulatory manipulation provided additional evidence that existing power structures prioritized their own convenience over genuine service to magical society. "They're making exactly the mistakes that we hoped they would make," Harry observed with strategic satisfaction that reflected his education in political maneuvering. every attempt to force compliance through intimidation and regulation reveals that their authority depends on suppression of alternatives rather than demonstration of superior results. The more aggressively they respond to our success, the more clearly they expose the weakness of their position. The conversation that followed was strategic planning for responses to institutional countermeasures that would turn their opponents' tactics against them while advancing the Alliance's objectives of systematic reform in magical education and child welfare policies. Harry found himself genuinely excited by the intellectual and political challenges that lay ahead, viewing them as opportunities to demonstrate capabilities that extended far beyond magical theory and practice. The transformation was remarkable. The boy who had once hidden in cupboards to avoid notice had become someone who welcomed public attention as a tool for advancing causes he considered important. The victim who had accepted abuse as inevitable had evolved into an advocate who sought out conflicts that could produce positive change for others facing similar challenges. As the evening concluded, and Harry prepared for what would likely be his final night before his decision became public knowledge throughout the magical community, he reflected on the journey that had brought him to this point, and the responsibilities that would shape whatever came next. The boy who lived had become the boy who chose to lead by example, demonstrating that individual courage could challenge institutional authority, and that systematic change was possible when enough people committed to values that prioritized human dignity over administrative convenience. His rejection of Hogwarts would send ripples throughout magical society that could benefit countless children whose potential was being systematically wasted by educational approaches that served institutional needs rather than individual development. The revolution that had begun with his mother's letter was entering a new phase, but Harry felt confident about his ability to meet whatever challenges would emerge as their success continued to threaten those who had built their power on the systematic suppression of human potential. The future was uncertain, but it was a future he was helping to shape through choices that honored both his mother's sacrifice and his own commitment to ensuring that exceptional children would have genuine alternatives to arrangements that limited their development for the convenience of others.